Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. People have many different ways of spending their spare time. Some collect stamps, others build model planes and ships, and there are a couple of people we know whose hobby is murder. No, they don't indulge themselves, but they track down the ones who do, as you hear tonight, in a mystery playhouse. Tonight, the Mystery Playhouse calls back for a return engagement those two lovebirds of crime, those babes in the underworld, Mr. and Mrs. North. That is, we call back Pam North. Seems Jerry North is away someplace on business. Before he left, the master of the North Menage made his loving spouse promise faithfully to keep out of other people's murders, which, knowing Mrs. North, as we do, seems like a waste of good breath, doesn't it? However, she's making an effort along those lines as we drop in on her this evening. She has just settled herself purposefully with a good book, and is about to open it when the doorbell rings. She closes the book and hurries to the door.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, Weasel, hello. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Where's Mr. North?
Oh, Jerry's out of town on business.
Oh, that's too bad. On account of... I would have liked to have seen him on account of you and him. He's always interested in what I do. On account of it was you two. It's reformed me, and so I wanted to tell you what I'm doing on account I got me a new job.
Oh, that's wonderful, Weasel. What's the new job?
I am bouncer and general folderol at Furman Fox's club.
But, Weasel, that's a gambling club.
Well, I hate to contradict you, Mrs. North, but I happen to know it ain't. I interrogated the boss thoroughly on that point before I took the job on account of I am an honest man now, and I wouldn't stoop to sully my hands with anything which wasn't strictly legitimate.
Oh, I'm afraid you made a mistake this time, Weasel.
Oh, no, I didn't. I know what I'm talking about. Look, what is gambling?
Why, it's taking a chance on something.
That's right, taking a chance. Well, that don't never happen at the club. They don't never take no chances.
What do you mean?
The tables is all fixed. So, you see, it ain't gambling. It's a sure thing for the club.
Oh, but Weasel, that's terrible.
Gee, Mrs. North, it sure grieves me if I've strayed from the straight and narrow. On account I am strictly reformed, but I still don't see what is wrong about not gambling.
Plenty, the way Mr. Fox does it.
Well, if you say so, I guess it must be so.
Weasel.
Yeah.
It's wrong to cheat, and Mr. Fox cheats.
Oh, okay. So what must I do?
Well, I really don't think you ought to work for him.
Gee, I come here thinking you was going to congratulate me on my job, and instead you say I ought to quit it. Well, that's life. Being ever so humble is always a fly in the ointment.
I'm sorry, Weasel.
Oh, well, what is what is. I shall abdicate myself for Mr. Fox's premises forthwith.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I wonder how he's going to take it, though. Look, Mrs. North, would you maybe be so good as to tender in my resignation for me to Mr. Fox on account of maybe he'd take it better from you? I wouldn't know exactly what to say.
Well, of course, Weasel. I'd be glad to help you.
Ah, gee, thanks, Mrs. North.
Of course, I did promise Jerry I'd stay clear of people of questionable character while he was away. But I know he'd want me to help you. And anyway, Mr. Fox's character is something like the not gambling.
What do you mean?
Just that he's not a questionable character. Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no question about it. He's all bad.
Hello, Weasel.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, may I present Mrs. North?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Crane manages the club.
I see.
Mr. Crane, is Mr. Fox here tonight on account of me and Mrs. North has some business to conclude with him?
He's upstairs in his office.
Oh, good. Come on, Mrs. North. Let us proceed thenceforth.
All right, Weasel. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Who is this coming toward us?
Oh, that's Mr. Lawson, one of the regular customers.
Does he always have a gun?
Huh?
All right. Stay where you are, all of you. Don't move or I'll shoot. Why, what's the idea, Charlie?
The idea is I'm going to put an end to this dirty racket you've been running.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've lost over $5,000. 3 nights in a row now, and I don't like it.
Well, I can't help it if you've been having bad luck.
Luck. Don't hand me that. The tables are fixed. You know they are.
Now, please, don't make a scene.
Don't make a scene, he says. My friend, you don't seem to understand. I'm going to kill you.
No, Terry, wait.
You shouldn't do that, Mr. Lawson, on account of it ain't right for people to kill people, is it, Mrs. North?
No, it isn't.
You keep out of this.
But it ain't. Just suppose everybody went around killing everybody. Why, pretty soon there wouldn't be anybody left, and then where would you be?
Please, Terry, give me a break.
I'll give you a break, all right. Like you gave me at the tables.
But if you're mad at the club, Mr. Lawson, you'd ought to rather shoot Mr. Fox instead of Mr. Crane on account of he owns the club. And on second thought, you hadn't ought to hit him either, or kill him either, on account of you hadn't ought to kill nobody.
I told you to keep out of this.
Now, wait a minute. I resent your tone of voice.
Look, if you want trouble, too, you'll get it.
Now, look, don't point that gun at me.
Look out, Weasel.
Give me that gun!
Good work, Weasel. You knocked him out.
Yeah, but he got me.
Oh, Weasel.
It's okay, Mrs. North. It's right that I should go at this. I've been a bad man, but you can remember, I died saving somebody else.
Mr. Crane, where's the telephone? We've got to get a doctor.
Okay, right away.
It's too late. But don't worry. I die happy.
Weasel. Wait a minute. Look.
Huh?
That table. See there with a hole in it? That's where the bullet went. You're all right. He missed you.
He missed? You mean... Well, how do you like that? And I was already hearing pretty music.
Oh.
Well, that just goes to show you can't always believe what you hear. Mr. Fox, this is Mrs. North.
Delighted. How do you do?
Sit down, both of you. What was the commotion downstairs, Weasel?
One of the customers got peeved with Mr. Crane on account of he dropped $5,000 3 days running.
$5,000.
Yeah, so we decided the tables was fixed, and so we decided Mr. Crane ought to be fixed, and so we decided to fix him.
With a gun.
What?
Yeah, only I removed it from him forcefully, and we tied him up and left him in a coat room.
Indeed. So Crane owes his life to you, eh? Well, well. And I am indebted to you for preserving the manager of my club. Well, Weasel, it looks like you rate a bonus.
Oh, I don't want no bonus, Mr. Fox.
Huh? What? Why not?
Well, that's what I want to see about. You tell him, Mrs. North.
Mr. Fox, Weasel would like to resign, if you don't mind.
Ah, looking for greener pastures, eh?
Huh? Greener pastures?
Oh, no, it's just that, suppose you decided to make a new start in life, Mr. Fox. Only after you did, you found out it wasn't. You'd want to too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, want to what?
Resign. Except you wouldn't, of course.
Resign?
No, decide to make a new start. Only he did, so he does. I hope you don't mind.
I beg your pardon?
It's okay, Mr. Fox. I never can understand it neither, except, of course, I ain't very bright, but is it okay for me to quit?
Well, if you're not happy here...
Oh, it ain't that I'm not happy. It's just that, well, like she told you, whatever she did tell you, it's like that.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll think it over.
Okay. And I sure hope you decide to let me quit. On account of, that's what I'm going to do. Well, here's the coat room. I'll go and see how Mr. Lawson is.
All right.
But where's Lulu, the hat check girl? I told her to stay here and watch Mr. Lawson and holler if he tried to get away.
There she is, Weasel.
Where?
On the floor.
No, that's Mr. Lawson. We left her. I know you're right, that isn't. It's Lulu. She's sleeping.
She's been knocked out.
Yeah, I guess she has. Mr. Lawson must have come to and got loose and conked her.
It looks like it.
Come on. We gotta warn Mr. Crane.
All right, Weasel, but how about Lulu?
Oh, I think she'll be okay. But Mr. Crane won't if Mr. Lawson gets to him first.
doesn't seem to be in here at the tables.
No, that's funny. He don't seem to be no place. Wait a minute. There's his wife. Maybe she knows where he went. Come on. Oh, hello, Mrs. Crane.
Weasel, you're just the person I want to see. Where's my husband?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
What?
I was about to interrogate you on the same point.
Oh. Haven't you seen him?
A little while ago, but not since Mr. Lawson escaped.
Well, who's Mr. Lawson?
One of the customers which wants to shoot Mr. Crane.
Oh. Well, if you find Kenneth and he hasn't been shot, tell him I'm looking for him.
Okay.
You don't seem very concerned about your husband's life.
The only concern I have about anyone killing him is that it would keep me from having that pleasure myself.
Maybe he went upstairs to see Mr. Fox.
Well, let's go see, Weasel.
If you find him, tell him I'm waiting.
What has she got against her husband?
Mitzi McGilroy.
Who's she?
A dame which Mr. Crane is infatuated with.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Crane is all the time plying upon Mitzi all kinds of expensive gifts, which Mrs. Crane thinks it ought to be by rights tended at her.
Well, no wonder she doesn't...
What's the matter?
Look, Weasel. The bottom of the stairs.
Quiet.
Mr. Crane.
Looks like he's had an accident. Let's see. His neck seems to be broke. Or something is broke anyhow. On account of... he's dead.
Oh, Weasel.
He must have fell down the steps.
Mm-hmm. Fell or was pushed.
Gee, Mrs. Crane will be sore on account of somebody spoiled the fun.
Unless she's the one who killed him.
Oh, she didn't do it.
What makes you so sure, Weasel?
On account of the way she talked. If she had just killed him, she wouldn't say she wanted to kill him on account of that would make her liable to be suspicious.
That's sound reasoning, Weasel. Unless that's just the way she wanted us to reason.
What's going on here? Oh, Crane. Is he dead, Weasel?
Oh, hello, Mr. Fox. Yes, he is very dead.
Well, what happened? Did Lawson get away?
Yes, Mr. Fox, but I'm not so sure he's the murderer.
Why not?
Well, he made quite a scene when he threatened Mr. Crane. Practically everyone in the club noticed it. And they'd know that if Mr. Crane was killed tonight, Mr. Lawson would be suspected.
I see. So you think?
Any enemy of Mr. Crane might have taken advantage of Mr. Lawson's threat.
Yes, quite possible. Or, for that matter, any enemy of Mr. Lawson. Weasel, get in the other room and see that nobody leaves the place.
Yes, Mr. Fox.
We better call the police. You know, Mrs. North, I don't like this.
Were you very fond of Mr. Crane?
Oh, that's not what I meant. But murder in the club, bad for business. Very bad for business. Well, the police should be here pretty soon.
Yes.
I suppose, Mrs. North, you feel it's your duty to tell the police about my little chat with you.
Well, naturally, Mrs. Crane.
Yes, of course. You're just the type.
What type?
Good deed for the day and all that.
Well, you did say you'd like to kill him.
Well, so did practically everyone who knew him.
Yes, he wasn't exactly what you'd call popular.
However, I wasn't the one to have the good fortune to do the job.
Do you think it was Lawson?
Possibly. But if I were trying to solve this case, and come to think of it, perhaps I'd better try to before Miss Girl Scout here has them pinning the rap on me.
Mrs. Crane,
I'd begin looking for the source of my dear departed husband's sudden affluence.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Fox isn't the most generous employer.
Why, I gave Crane a good salary.
Oh, yes, but not good enough to buy mink coats and diamond pendants and the like.
Do you mean that all of a sudden your husband started buying you expensive presents?
Oh, no, not me. That's what gripes me. He bought them for that dizzy little McGilroy dame.
Oh.
And it would be very interesting to find out just where the money came from.
Maybe he was blackmailing someone.
And the blackmailer killed him.
Perhaps. At any rate, it's a thought worth toying with. So you see, Mrs. North, the case isn't quite as simple as you might like to make it.
Gollies. What is it? I just thought of something. It is simple. It's very simple. I know who killed your husband, Mrs. Crane, and I can prove it.
Really?
Only there's one thing I need, and I think I know how to get it. I've got to go home now, but when the police get here, tell them that I'll be back as soon as I can. It won't be long.
But how, Mrs. North, can you be so sure you know who the murderer is?
Because, Mrs. Crane, you just told me.
All right, this is it, men. Now we can... Oh, dear, dear, I might have known. I might have known.
Oh, hello, Sergeant Mullins.
Mrs. North, as I live and breathe. Although I sometimes wonder if it's worth the trouble. What are you doing coming out of a building that a murder has just been reported in?
I was just
Never
going...
mind that. What's more to the point, what were you doing in there?
Well,
Never mind that either. By now I know that where there's a murder, there's a North. So I might just as well accept it and let it go at that.
Well, I can't stand here talking to you. Someone might see me.
What's wrong with that?
It'll spoil my plan.
Oh, you have a plan already.
Well, naturally.
Naturally.
So I'd better get going, Sergeant.
All right, I'll take you. Where to?
Oh, but you have a job to do here.
I'll send the boys in, but I'll go along with you.
Oh, but Sergeant Mullins...
Mrs. North, when a Mullins makes up his mind, it's as good as made up. Okay, boys, go on in and get started on the routine.
All right.
I'll be back as soon as I can. But first, me and Mrs. North are going for a ride. Get in, Mrs. North.
Well, all right.
That's the idea. Now, where are you going?
Home. Oh, wait a minute, Mullins. You're going the wrong way.
Am I now?
Yes, I want to go
So
home.
you said.
But this isn't the way.
I know. I'm taking you to headquarters.
Why?
Because, Mrs. North, I'm going to hold you on suspicion of murder.
What?
That's right.
Oh, are you joking?
Indeed, I'm not.
Huh?
Didn't I find you myself running away up the scene of a crime?
But I had a plan.
Sure. A plan to conceal evidence, no doubt.
What evidence?
Now, how should I know that? With you concealing it?
Oh, really, Sergeant Mullins, you're not serious about this.
No, I'm not, am I?
You can't really suspect me.
I'd suspect my own wife if she gave me reason. Come to think of it, she's many the time she has.
But, Sergeant Mullins...
Now, let's not argue about it, Mrs. North. I hate to do it, but duty is duty.
You're making a terrible mistake.
Well, now, we can't all be perfect, can we?
But, Bill, Sergeant Mullins has locked me up. But, Bill, you're a lieutenant on the homicide squad. He's only a sergeant. I see. Well, all right, Bill. I think you're horrid. But, Mr. Burgess, you're my lawyer. Make them let me get out of here. Why, people can't just go around putting people in jail. It's not only unconstitutional, it's mean. Hello, Jerry? I'm in jail, and I have a dreadful cold. Uh-huh. Well, all I did was I didn't do anything. But Jerry... Well, I won't stand for it. Just because I was running away doesn't mean I was running away. And I could prove it if somebody'd only believe me. Hello, operator. Get me the White House.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, hello, Weasel.
How are you?
As well as can be expected after a night in jail, I guess. Weasel, I want to get out of here.
It's a cinch. I got a hold of Jigger McFidget.
Who?
Jigger McFidget. He's the mouthpiece which always spung me before I will reform. He's hot stuff on them habeas corpus and stuff like that.
Oh.
So don't worry, he's fixed everything.
You mean I'm to be released?
That's right.
Oh, Weasel, I could kiss you.
Gee. Here comes the turncoat. Turncoat, unhand this woman for me. Mrs. North, you are a free woman of the world. Gee, she did kiss me. What do you want to see Mr. Fox about?
Well, there's one thing I still have to find out before the case is completely solved, Weasel. And perhaps I can find it out from him.
Oh.
With the police suspecting me, I'd better solve it as quick as I can.
Well, here we are. I'll knock.
Who's there?
Me, Weasel.
Oh, all right. Come on in, Weasel.
Mr. Fox, we just wanted to... Mr. Fox, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Mrs. North, how did you... I've got to get out of here.
Weasel, get him. He's going for the back door.
Hey, Mr. Fox, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Weasel.
I knocked him out.
Good for you.
Gee, it's a good thing I'm quitting on account of this. Would get me fired on account of employers usually resents getting socked by their employees.
Wait a minute. Weasel, I hear someone coming.
Oh, he must have pushed the button.
What button?
On his desk. It's a signal for the boys, and them boys are up. We better get out this back way.
All right.
Only you wanted to talk to Mr. Fox. Well, I'll bring him along. Help me pick him up.
Here's his feet.
Okay, the fireman's carried. Come on, let's go. Quick, down these stairs.
All right.
I wish Mr. Fox didn't eat so much. He's heavy. Oh, here comes the boys.
Oh, golly.
They're shooting. Hurry, Mrs. North. The door to the back alley is right ahead. Keep going and keep praying. Here's the door.
Oh, thank heavens. There's a cab at the head of the alley.
Good, we'll try and make it. It's hard carrying Mr. Fox.
Can I help you, Weasel?
No, just keep going.
Oh, here they come.
And here we go. Get in, Mrs. North. Start moving. Drive it quick. It don't matter where. Keep down, Mrs. North.
I am.
Ah, we made it. It's okay, Mrs. North. They're out of sight.
Oh, good.
Oh,
What's the matter, Weasel?
I've been shot. I'm dying.
Now, Weasel, we were all through that before.
But this time it's real. I'm all over blood.
Good heavens, you are.
I'm dying.
Oh, wait a minute, Weasel. That's not your blood.
Huh?
No, it's Mr. Fox's. The bullets hit him, see?
Oh.
We better get him to a hospital.
Me too, because even if I ain't shot, I certainly feel sick. Maybe I should have stayed at the hospital. I still don't feel so good.
Well, come on in, Weasel, and I'll give you a nice cool drink.
Okay, thanks.
Go on into the living room. I'll be right in. First, I want to call the hospital again and see if Mr. Fox has regained consciousness again.
All right. I think I better lie down on account of I can't stand so good.
Well, you can stretch out on the sofa.
No, I can't.
Well, why not?
Because somebody's on it already.
What? Who?
Mr. Crane's wife.
Well, what's she doing here?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you ask her?
I can't. She's dead.
You see, Sergeant Mullins, when Weasel and I told Mr. Fox about all the money that Mr. Lawson had been losing at the club, Mr. Fox seemed very surprised.
So you said.
Then when Mrs. Crane mentioned Mr. Crane's sudden wealth, I got a hunch that he'd been pocketing some of the club's money and not reporting it to Mr. Fox. And when Mr. Fox found out about it, they had a fight, and Mr. Fox killed Mr. Crane.
And so you say you know the murder and run out, hoping Mr. Fox will follow and try to shut you up. And that would give him away.
Yes. But Mrs. Crane evidently came to my apartment to find out what I knew, and then Mr. Fox must have come and in the dark mistook her for me and killed her.
That's right. I just been at the hospital, and he's been talking. It all happened like you say.
Well, then you see, Sergeant, the case is all solved. And it would have been sooner if you hadn't gotten the crazy idea of locking me up.
Oh, it wasn't so crazy.
What do you mean?
Well, just look now. You get a murderer to go gun for you. And, but for the grace of God and Aloysius Mullins, he'd have got you too. And then you go into his den again and get yourself shot at by a bunch of his thugs. Is it any wonder Mr. North wanted us to keep you locked up?
Mr. North? Do you mean that Jerry, that he...
Yes. He tells us if we find you mixing in murders while he's away, to lock you up. And a good idea it is, too.
Of all the nerve. I'll never speak to him again as long as I live. Oh, just wait till I see him. I'll tell him a thing or two. I won't forget this ever. Of all the low, mean, rotten, sneaking... just a minute, Sergeant Mullins. Hello? Oh, Jerry. Now, listen here, Gerald North. If you think I'm going to stand for your... What did you say? You are... Sergeant Mullins is coming home. Oh, yes, darling. Oh, please hurry. I've missed you so much. Of course, darling. Oh, wait a minute, Jerry. Did you say something, Sergeant Mullins?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. Love ain't blind, I was saying. It's dumb.
And so we leave Pam North Another in the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Tonight's presentation in a mystery playhouse. Now for the green room and a quick listen to a part of our next mystery. Hey, my spies tell me this one involves a murder of a radio quiz expert. Sounds like an interesting subject, huh? Well, let's find out for ourselves. Follow me, please. Come.
Sid, I want a showdown. Do you want me back?
Yes, I do.
You're lying. You don't love me. You never did.
I like your company, like your looks, and I miss you.
The way you'd miss an old pair of shoes. You never noticed me till I left you.
Could be.
Could be. That's just like you. Absolutely shameless. You have no more idea of what love is than...
For you, it's Charlie Robinson, eh, Joni? A nice, shiny agency boy, 4 years younger than you.
Sid, you... Sid, I want a divorce. Please, Sid, this is no good. Be decent, will you?
I'm just thinking of you, Joan. The kid's got nothing but a glossy smile. Wouldn't last a year.
That's not true. Sid, will you?
No.
Your answer to that question is all wrong, Mr. Sherman. Because I'm going to have it my way.
Joan, wait. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Sherman, Ellery Queen. I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no, not at all, Queen.
Got a minute? I'm not taking away from any guests or anything.
No, I'm all alone. What's on your mind?
The Mock Turtle.
What?
The Mock Turtle in Alice in Wonderland, who sang Soup of the Evening, Beautiful Soup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know Alice practically by heart. We get questions on it every other week. You're wrong, Queen. The Mad Hatter sang that at the tea table.
How about looking it up, Mr. Sherman?
Well, all right, I will. Hold on a minute. Alice. Where'd I put that book? Oh, here we are.
Sherman, what's happened? What was that explosion? Sherman! Operator, get me police headquarters.
And that was the end of Sid Sherman, quiz expert extraordinary. A murder that the master detective Ellery Queen accidentally became a part of. The whole story starts when Ellery receives an offer to become a guest expert on a well-known quiz program, but thereby hangs another tale. A murder case that you in our audience are invited to solve along with Ellery and his guest detective. So be in your seats next time when we present Ellery Queen and the adventure of the booby trap. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look. Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, presents The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths had taken to going for long walks these autumn evenings. There was a time when Jerry toyed with the theory that if they remained quietly at home, trouble would never find them. But it did. So Jerry changed his plans. Decided that it might be wiser if Pan and himself made things a little more difficult for trouble by offering it a moving target. And so tonight we find the Norths in motion. Not a target, they hope, but definitely moving.
Jerry, your legs are longer than mine. But mine are cuter.
Are they? I must look sometime.
Oh, well, I'll stop.
Not bad.
Not bad. Jerry, I'll have you know that my legs were considered one of the most attractive features at Miss Peters' finishing school for girls.
Miss Peters certainly wasn't.
She was a very dear old lady, although she was hipped on the subject of dating. Which reminds me, Jerry, tomorrow is Columbus Day.
Is it? We must remember to send him a card. Columbus Day.
Columbus discovered America tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Isn't he a little late?
Not tomorrow in 1944. Tomorrow in 1492.
That helps. Seems like only yesterday.
Although he was really looking for India.
Darling, I'm very proud of your education, but why although?
Oh, stop that. Jerry. Do you think there was anything between him and Queen Isabella?
Sure, King Ferdinand.
They say the Nevada climate is wonderful at this time of year, especially in Reno.
What grounds would you claim for divorce?
Mental cruelty, that's it.
I could easily do worse. For example, I might say something about his carrying along a pinter for a niner. See?
Darling, I believed you when you said you could do much worse. You didn't have to prove it.
Well, as a matter of fact, I thought that was pretty good. Let's see.
Jerry North, if you're trying to think of another one of those awful jokes, you...
Oh, they're not that bad. And what's the matter?
I just saw a man jump out of a window.
You what?
Dropped in that alleyway right ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, darling.
Oh, we better hurry.
The only thing, darling.
Yeah?
He looked like... Jerry, I'm not making this up, and I'm not crazy, because it's your Aunt Agatha who's eccentric, and I haven't touched the ground.
And what did he look like?
Christopher Columbus.
Like a... Oh, no, darling. Columbus is dead. He discovered America tomorrow in 1492.
This is the alleyway. Honestly, Jerry.
Somebody's coming out of it. He couldn't have been hurt. Oh, it's dark in here.
There he is.
No, I've got it. Let me go, please. A little second story word, friend. Come out here in the light.
Yeah, let me go. I'm in danger. My life's in danger.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Who are you anyway?
I'm Christopher Columbus.
Oh, no, you're not. I went to school. We'll get you out in the light.
Jerry, he is Christopher Columbus. Look.
Hey, Joe, I gotta get away.
Just like Columbus. Resemblance, but why do you have to get away?
They're after me. They'll kill me.
Why?
Because they want the jewels, don't you see?
What jewels?
The crown jewels, of course. The ones the Queen gave me.
Jerry, the Queen.
Yes, Isabella. I don't like to do this. Oh.
Jerry! Oh, darling, did he hurt you?
No, I just like it down here. Oh.
Your jaw, darling.
A mere nothing. That lump on it probably becomes me.
We've got to notify the police.
Sure. I'll tell them Christopher Columbus stalked me. I don't know what the visiting hours of Bellevue Psychopathic are, darling, but you'll find out.
Well, I can back up your story.
Sure. Then we'll have adjoining padded cells. What happened to good old Chris?
Oh, he ran up the street. I didn't notice because I was so worried about you.
So am I. About all I need for my mental health right now is to see Queen Isabella yodeling at me.
Jerry!
Huh?
If you look up at that building...
Yeah?
You will see Queen Isabella.
What? Leaning out of the window. Sam, I'm seeing it too.
That's the window Columbus jumped out of.
Maybe King Ferdinand got home too soon. Oh, no, Pam, this isn't possible. We've got...
The light went out.
The light went out. And there are about 1 million windows in that building, and both Christopher Columbus and Queen Isabella have been dead for about 400-odd years. And we're Pam and Jerry North, and we're going right home. That is, if we still have a home, which I'm beginning to doubt on account of maybe we haven't been discovered yet. Taxi!
Well, all I can say, darling, is maybe Columbus discovered America, but it took us to discover Columbus.
400 years later, Get in, darling. Anybody in there already, like George Washington, maybe?
George Washington's birthday's in February.
Oh, of course. How could we expect to see him tonight? Driver. Yeah? 24 St. Anne's Place. And don't go around the Cape of Good Hope if you can help it.
Cape of Good Hope? Where's that, Brooklyn?
It could be. You better get started. My wife's a little upset.
Fine, huh?
Not exactly. As a matter of fact, I'm a little nervous, too.
Just so. Me, I got names like I am. Sylvester, the little woman, says to me, you got names like I am. Why have I got names like I am, sister? On account I eat carrots. You eat carrots?
Sometimes.
I eat them all the time.
I've asked you here right now. Would you like one?
Oh, no thanks. Because of ghosts.
What's ghost got to do with it?
Well, if you eat a lot of carrots, you can see in the dark. And if you can see in the dark, you can see ghosts. And if there are any ghosts, I'd rather not see them. So
Hey, what happened? Looks like some guy decided to take a nap in the middle of the street. I'd better waken him on account of it ain't healthy.
Jerry, is everybody crazy, or is it just the people we meet?
I don't know. I wouldn't care to go on record.
Hey, how you do?
Yeah, what is it? I would like to step out, take a look at the guy in the middle of the street.
Why? Is there anything wrong with him?
I ain't saying until you two see him, too. That is, if you see him. All right, man.
What is that?
You couldn't wake him? I wouldn't even try, mister. There's a possibility he ain't there. Maybe there was something in them carrots. I don't know, but... do you see him?
Jerry, it's...
Aha. You see him too, lady?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Oh, and does he look dressed a little peculiar to you with maybe tights and funny shoes?
He does.
And furthermore, lady, does he remind you of somebody that maybe you ain't personally acquainted with but you've seen before?
You mean Columbus?
Lady, that is exactly what I mean. Christopher H. Columbus. I've had a look at him.
Is he Columbus?
Maybe, but sleeping? Not exactly. I tried to wake him, but I'm afraid he isn't going to wake anymore. You see, somebody just cracked Miss Christopher Columbus's skull for him.
Oh.
And he's quite dead. Again. The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a moment. But first, this is Ben Grauer with the story of the exciting wartime romance of the lovely Woodbury deb, Patricia O'Neill Goodlett. As soon as you hear the story, you'll know why Patsy never neglects her daily complexion care with Woodbury Facial Soap. It seems that Navy Lieutenant George Goodlett had a letter of introduction to beautiful Patricia, but no time to present it when he went through town. He did, however, take time to notice the sweet, fresh loveliness and radiant complexion of the motor corps volunteer who drove him from the station to his boat. The Navy lieutenant was very impressed. And yes, you guessed it. The pretty volunteer turned out to be Patsy herself. There was a very fast courtship, and when George returned from the South Pacific, and soon her friends were giving bridal showers for lovely Patricia. Now, the romance of that particular Woodbury deb is a tribute to the cherishing, beauty-giving care of Woodbury Facial Soap. It gives your skin gentle, thorough care, protecting your most precious, winning charm. And Woodbury Soap can do that because it's a true complexion soap, made in cake form only. It is made for the skin alone by famous skin specialists. And particularly important to your complexion loveliness, Woodbury contains a special ingredient for special mildness. Now, girls, don't wait another day, but begin right away with Woodbury. Let it make your complexion so fresh, so soft and smooth that you're bound to win the heart of the man who matters most. Ask for Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap, beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Bill, Sam.
Oh, hello. What is it this time?
It's a murder, Bill.
With an oars, what else would it be? All right, who got killed? When, where, why, and who did it?
Well, I'm afraid Jerry and I don't know the answer to all those questions.
Okay, we'll start with the court. Who is he?
Christopher Columbus.
Who?
Christopher Columbus.
I thought that was what you said. Sam, have you been eating all the olives and Jerry's dry martinis again?
Jerry will tell you the same thing.
Why not? He's been drinking them. Now, Sam, who is you?
Christopher Columbus.
How would you like yourself added into the race?
Honestly, Bill, I'm not joking.
No? Well, if you found the corpse of Columbus, Sam, then America hasn't been discovered yet. There's no New York. The telephone hasn't been invented, and I'm going to sleep. I mean to work.
Bill Wygand. We found a murdered man on Central Avenue and 12th Street. You'd better send a policeman down.
Oh, no. For this one, I'm coming myself. How would I explain the assignment? And a reputation of sanity will fall.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Jerry and I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Au revoir, Sam. And let me add one thing.
Yes?
You and your husband go around picking up bodies 400 years old. You'll have to keep to yourself.
Well, there goes Christopher Columbus in the morgue.
Connie will like him.
Connie likes all his guests.
He's never had such an historical one before.
Or one dead for so long. Seriously, I wish we knew who he really was and why he was in costume and made up to look like Christopher Columbus.
Tomorrow's Columbus Day, Bill. He's probably taking part in a play or something.
I guess so. Think he was murdered because he was a bad actor?
He wasn't supposed to be murdered, Bill. He was supposed to have been run over accidentally. If our taxi driver hadn't had such good eyesight in the dark,
Due to eating carrots all the time.
he would have run over Columbus. And then that gash in his skull would have been attributed to the car.
Uh-huh. I personally am going to send a bushel of carrots to that driver. Well, there's nothing more to be done tonight. I hope.
No, Bill, I don't think so. You see, he must have been murdered for tomorrow.
In the same way that Columbus discovered America tomorrow?
Yes, darling. Tomorrow is the important day.
Well, we should be able to find out who the guy really was by then, why he was running.
Or maybe, Bill, why he had to be killed tonight.
Pam,
Hmm?
coffee.
Mm-hmm.
You're pouring it, dear. At least you were about to.
I know. Jerry, in this paper...
I like
it says-
breakfast. Some morning I should love to eat one.
But, darling, it's important. There's an article in the paper about the Columbus Day celebration, and it mentions the fact that the famous jewelry firm of Arcady is staging a tableau about Columbus.
Let's see that. They're putting on the scene in which Queen Isabella hands over the crown jewels to Columbus to finance his trip.
And they're using their finest and most valuable jewels in the tableau.
Good publicity.
Maybe, darling. It wasn't good for Columbus.
You mean last night? Of course, there must be a connection. He said something about the jewels being in danger. Oh, well, the devil with breakfast. I'd never managed to get a real one in the past. Why start now?
Then we're going...
To Arcady, the jewelers of distinction. Not to mention, I suspect, the jewelers with a cost to explain.
Well, how do you do? I'm Mr. Winthrop. You wanted to see me?
My name's Gerald North, and this is my wife.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. North? Just married, eh? A gift for the bride, young man. A necklace, lad. I'll have one of mine then soon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop, but we haven't come to buy anything. We came to you because you're manager of Arcady, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
There was an item in this morning's paper about a tableau that Arcady Jewels is putting on as part of a Columbus Day celebration.
So we are.
Well, I'm afraid we have bad news for you. If your Columbus is missing...
I never had a Columbus in my life. What? Oh, you mean Spindrift?
Do I?
Head of the buying department, Spindrift is. Best man we have on the praises. Looks like Columbus. What about him?
Where is he?
Oh, how should I know? Had some silly rehearsal last night. Won't be in till later.
Mr. Wendell, I'm afraid Mr. Spindrift isn't coming in at all.
You don't mean he's left the firm?
No. He's left...
Where is Spindrift, and why doesn't he answer his phone after jumping out the window last night?
I'm very busy, Sandra. Run along.
Oh, perhaps, I'm Sandra Stone.
Yes, of course. Mrs. North.
Mr. Oh, detective. I'm sure that's exactly what we needed. Oh, Mr. Wendell, you're so clever for having gotten in touch with me so
Be
quickly.
still, Sandra. My word. Now, Mr. North, you were saying that Spindrift isn't returning here. Why?
Because he's dead.
Good. What?
Dear, that's most inconvenient. We shall have to find another appraiser, which, young man, is no easy thing to do. And furthermore...
We have no Columbus.
We have no... Good Lord, Sandra, be still.
I won't be still. Hank's all up his publicity stunt. Who's Hank, Miss Stone? Hank's publicity man for Arcady, and I love him.
Sandra, this is no place for discussing affairs of the heart.
I'm not, but the firm will just have to do the tableau.
Well, we can get somebody else. It's inconsiderate of Spindrift to die just at this time.
He had no particular choice in the matter, Mr. Wendell. He was murdered.
What?
There was something else. He was worried about the jewels before he was killed. Are they safe?
In our vault, young woman, no danger there.
Then Pam was right. The day was the reason for the murder last night.
Yes, sir. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Wendell, we've got to get another Columbus. I know. Hank. He's just the same size as Spindrift, and he's much more handsome.
What's Columbus?
And he'll be glad to do it because it was all his idea. And, oh, Mr. North, don't you think that's a wonderful solution?
Well, perhaps. For everyone but Spindrift.
However, it is possible.
Oh, Pam.
All right. Goodbye.
Yes.
Bye.
Oh, just one thing, Miss Stone. When Hank wants to pick up the Columbus costume, I'm afraid he'll have to apply at the morgue.
Bill.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Bill. Everything set?
Yeah, the place is guarded by a dozen men. Wendell's going to open the vaults in a moment, turn the jewels over to Hank Sawyer, the guy who's playing Columbus. Then these guards will escort Sawyer and Miss Stone.
Queen Isabella.
All right, Queen Isabella to the hall where they're doing the stunt and on the float on which they're going to the hall. The instant the curtain goes down on the tableau, Wendell's arranged for an armored car to take the jewels back to the vault.
Well, that seems to take care of everything, doesn't it, Bill?
It is better. I'm pretty sure it will.
I suppose Fender's murder will have to wait till after the jewels are returned safely. But since he never had the jewels, I can't understand why he was killed.
Well, it might have been that... Here comes Hank Sawyer now. Well, I guess Connie finally parted with the Columbus costume. Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Nardo. The man down the morgue seemed to think I was trying to rob a friend of his.
Oh, Connie loved all his corpses. You look very well in that costume, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, thanks. I guess I'd better run, though. I'm a bit late. See you later. Window's opening the vault.
Giving Hank the jewels. Oh, Jerry, that's gorgeous.
Restrain yourself, my love. I can't afford them.
Not even one?
I can barely afford to have you look at them. Bill.
Oh, there they go. And we're going with them every inch of the way.
It's a wonderful parade, Jerry.
Uh-huh. We should be getting to the hall soon.
Couple of minutes.
Hank looks beautiful as Columbus, doesn't he?
That pile of jewels in his hand looks even more beautiful. Besides, I prefer his thunder.
Oh, she's too thin.
Not necessarily. I mean, so was Queen Isabella.
Was she, Jerry?
Oh, sure. My interest is purely historical.
It had better be. Otherwise, your existence will be past history, darling. Tableau is exquisite, Jerry.
Uh-huh. With 12 policemen surrounding the stage, it's also protected.
Seems to be almost over. Let's just that.
Right. Just on the idea. Through this door. There.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Bill. Almost over, huh?
Yeah, 2 seconds. All right, boys, on stage. It's a window.
Yes, right behind you, Lieutenant.
We'll get the jewels, escort them to the armored car, and then that will be that.
I hope so. Ah, there, Hank. Well, Mr. Wendell. I'll bet the blow. Look. Never mind the tableau, my boy. The jewels, please. Oh, sure. Here we are. Safe and done.
Hank was absolutely the handsomest Columbus I've ever seen. What's the matter?
Matter? These things you gave me, young man. What about? They happen to be false.
Oh, you two still here?
Yes, Bill. What,
the jewels Sawyer gave Wendell are phony. He's going to stay in jail for a long time, and maybe not for so long.
What do you mean, Bill?
Spendthrift.
You think Hank murdered him?
I don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Bill, are you sure?
Now, look, Jerry. From the moment Wendell handed the jewels to Hank Sawyer, to the moment he handed them back to Wendell, Sawyer and the girl were under constant watch.
And you believe Hank Sawyer did it?
Of course. Now, here's the way I figure it. Sawyer killed Spendthrift because he knew he himself was the only guy around who could fit the costume and played Columbus in the tableau. He had a perfect setup. He could swipe the jewels, substitute the phonies, and clear out. 2 things crossed him up. You and Wendell spotting the phonies immediately.
Bill, can Cam and I see Hank for a minute?
Why?
Because we have a hunch. We were talking about it while we were having lunch. We also paid a visit to the 5 and 10.
Well, to yourselves, you two probably sound logical as anything, but to ordinary people... Okay, I'll have him brought in. Mind if I stay?
Oh, no, Bill, because you may have to be a witness.
I wish I knew what for. Julie, bring Sawyer in. Any objection to telling me exactly what you bought in the 5 and 10?
Please, Bill. It's just imitation jewelry. Wait, don't say anything.
Oh, Hank. Well.
Hank, did you steal the jewels?
Of course I didn't. You think I'm crazy?
What do you think these are worth?
What? Oh, I don't know. How much is that?
$1,000 for a necklace.
Looks all right. Listen, you didn't call me in just to discuss the jewel business. No, Hank. As a matter of fact, we're through. So long. So long, Bill.
Hey, now wait. Where are you going?
Home.
You see.
What about?
Well, for one thing, why Columbus was killed.
And for another, who killed him?
And for a third, where was Ferdinand when Isabella handed over the jewels to Christopher? The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a minute. First, in a small home in Westchester, the other evening.
Good night. Why, gee, what a thing to do. I don't care. Sis always goes out with the nicest boys and to parties and things while I'm just as pretty. There, Jean, of course. But, darling, Mary's complexion is... Jean, why don't you try that special complexion soap that Mary's been using lately? Let's go upstairs right now and give you a Woodbury facial cocktail. You know, they do say the facial cocktail is the beauty care of all these pretty Woodbury dead.
And how delighted young Jean must have been after her first Woodbury facial cocktail with Woodbury facial soap. You see, the Woodbury facial cocktail is the before-date beauty care of the Woodbury dead because it helps make your skin more appealing right away. You just pat Woodbury's creamy lather into your skin, rinse with warm water, then cold. Then when you look in your mirror, you see that your skin is brighter. It has soft, glowing radiance, and you're ready to meet your date or romantic fate, knowing that your complexion is sweet and fresh, all smooth and nice for his eye. Begin tonight with Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap. Beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
More bacon, darling?
Oh, this breakfast is one I'm going to finish. Because we know who killed Columbus, and why, and how the jewels were stolen. Oh, Tam, you answer it.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes? What? What did you say, Bill? You did? Oh, he shouldn't have done that because he didn't. And since he didn't, he will be. What? Oh, no, never mind. Goodbye. Jerry, they've released Hank.
Good Lord. Come on, darling, we've got to hurry.
But your breakfast...
Tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow in 1994. Hurry, Pam.
I am hurrying. Oh, I do wish Hank lived in an elevator apartment.
He went to the office after leaving jail, then was supposed to go home. We may be in time.
Jerry, why was he released?
Because his lawyer pointed out that although he may have been the only man who could have stolen the jewels, according to the police themselves would be forced to alibi him.
You mean because they'd have to swear that he had no chance to hide the real jewels anywhere, or to get rid of them?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're on his floor. In the corridor. Hank, he's going into his apartment.
Oh.
Hank! Hank, stop! Quick, hit the floor! Down, you fool! Hey, you knocked me down. What, if you, I did. Stay away from the door, Pam. We're all right.
I don't think there's going to be any more shots. Our voices would have been heard.
Uh-huh. All right, Hank, get up. Hi. Guess you saved my life. Never mind that now. Come on in. There's no one... Oh, excuse me. Sandra.
I didn't fire any gun. I don't even know how.
But those bullets...
They came from that window behind me. I couldn't see. I was so afraid. I screamed. And... Oh, Hank, I love you.
Suppose we save all that. We're going to see the man from whom these jewels were stolen, Sandra. Maybe you'll be able to explain to him. Or maybe not.
Well, this is very late, Mr. North. My butler waked me, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Windle, but we needed your help to clear up this business of the jewels and Spender's murder.
Could have waited till morning.
I'm afraid not.
Rubbish. Well, I see the police have released you, Hank.
Yes.
Miss Windle, is that really news to you?
What?
Or do you usually sleep in pajamas in your suit shoes?
Huh? Oh, that. Well, I hate slippers. You see, never wear anything. Look here, young woman.
And never mind that. Mr. Wendell, the key to the whole problem lies in the murder of Sendris. Why was he killed?
Mr. North, if you wake me at this hour,
I'll tell you why. Because then Hank would have to play Columbus.
That proves his guilt, doesn't it?
Oh, no, because you see, the police can swear that he's innocent. He'd have disposed of the real jewels because he was watched all the time. They could have disposed of the real jewels. Not even found.
I'm sure, Mr. Wendell, that's never real jewel.
What? You mad?
No. Remember I said the real key lay in Sendris. We now can realize he had to be killed. The reason was an expert. Sendris recognized that the jewels you handed him, Mr. were false.
And we proved that Hank could tell real jewels from false ones in front of Lieutenant White.
Oh, fantastic theorizing.
Hardly. You don't own Arcady. You just manage the place. Therefore, a perfectly sound motive.
Ridiculous.
And there's another reason why we know it isn't all theory. You see, when you tried to kill Hank on his release from jail...
Are you out of your mind?
In order to make sure he didn't stumble on the true explanation, Sandra saw you outside the window.
That's impossible. It was too dark.
That, Mr. Wendell, doesn't. Especially since Sandra really didn't see you.
Home at last. Mr. Wendell's in jail, and Hank and Sandra in love. Oh, it's going to be so good to see.
Mm-hmm. And not so fast, my little prairie flower. Into the kitchen with you, my love.
Oh, but
It
Jerry...
may be midnight. We may have solved the crime. Other people may be fast asleep or having a late snack, but, darling, we're the Norths, and so we're a little crazy, and so, by heavens, midnight or not, I'm going to have my breakfast. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. Here's a thrill you can't afford to miss. It's a half hour packed full of laughs, chills, and thrills. Don't miss the new Woodbury comedy mystery program starring Gloria Blondell and Carlton Young over another network starting this Sunday. That's Sunday, October 15th for Hollywood Mystery Time. Don't forget, consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
Never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a real murder, no. It was just a demonstration of how one might be committed, and when the make-believe was over, everyone was surprised that the victim still lay there, until they noticed the widening pool of blood. Real blood. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Well, the lid's off again. Mr. and Mrs. North are on the scene. Yes, the two turtle doves of crime are on the loose again with the usual unpredictable results. The whole thing starts when Jerry North promises to meet Frisbee Clisby, the mystery writer, on a street corner at Times Square during the rush hour. He should have known that anyone with a name like that could only mean trouble, but be that as it may, he and Pam find themselves bucking this Times Square crowd as they wait for Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry, I wish people would stop pushing and shoving.
You can't expect miracles, darling.
Only everybody would stand right where they are until everybody else got out of the way.
Somehow, I'm afraid that wouldn't work.
Total strangers walking all over my feet, kicking me in the shin.
What's that got to do with it?
Darling, my feet are being squashed to a pulp.
I meant the total strangers. Would your feet feel any better if acquaintances were stepping on them?
Well, at least there wouldn't be so many. There are more people I don't know than I do know.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's... Oh, here comes Frisbee.
Oh, thank heavens. Now maybe we can get away from here.
Hello, Pam. Hello, Jerry.
Well, you're late,
Hello.
Frisbee.
Time phooey. I should allow myself to be browbeaten by a watch, a mere mechanical gadget.
Okay, free soul. Anyway, come on now. Let's get out of this crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the crowd?
It's too crowded.
Another illusion shattered.
What's that?
I thought you Norths loved your fellow man.
We do.
But we don't like him walking all over our feet.
Sorry, but the crowd is part of my plan.
What plan?
Jerry, my boy, I'm going to prove to you that when I write a murder, it's murder. You said Snorty couldn't get away with it.
I don't think he could.
Who's Snorty?
A character in my book commits a murder, a beautiful murder, in the crowd.
In a crowd? But wouldn't somebody notice?
That's just the point.
Not if there was a distraction. Not if there was a distraction.
Sorry, Frisbee, I still don't believe it. I'll take the story, but you've got to change that scene.
I'll starve first.
Huh?
Oh, okay, so I wouldn't starve. He's got me there, Pam. I like to eat too much. Me. Selling my soul for a bowl of soup.
It's filet mignon, brother, and you know it.
Well, anyway, the principle's the same, or the lack of principle. But I won't have you murdering my murders. After all, there's a limit to what an artist will tolerate.
I'm sorry, Frisbee. I just can't believe that,
Now,
man.
look. You believe this is a crowd, don't you?
Definitely.
Well, if I were to kill somebody right here, right now, in front of all these people,
Are you
and
kidding?
nobody noticed,
But Frisbee.
then would you take that scene, Jerry?
Oh, stop it, fella. What's the use of...
Would you? Would you?
Well, naturally, but...
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Frisbee. You don't really mean that
Hey,
you'd really...
why don't you look where you're going?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't going anywhere. I was just standing here.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Hardly. Now, look, stranger, why don't you run along and leave me alone?
Oh, you want to get rid of me, huh? I suppose I ain't good enough to talk to you.
Okay. Hang around if it'll make you happy. Now, what were you saying, Frisbee?
Wait a minute. I ain't through with you yet.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I said I'm sorry.
What kind of a way to talk is that?
What do you mean?
Don't you know you've been insulted?
I hadn't noticed.
Gee, Mr. Clisby, I don't know what to do with him. He don't want to fight.
Well, sock him.
Huh? Go on, sock him.
Why, Frisbee.
Well, what are you waiting for, Punchy? I can't sock a guy unless he makes me mad.
Thank you, Punchy. You so great delicacy of feeling.
Why, you...
Oh, what's the matter now?
Delicate, am I? Take that. I'll show you who's delicate, you dirty rat. Oh. Hey, you knocked me down.
So I did.
Hey, maybe I am delicate.
Or maybe I'm not.
Well, did you see me do it?
Do what?
For the murder.
What are you talking about?
Come here.
What is it?
Look, in that doorway. See that fella lying on the step?
Oh, Frisbee.
Looks just like a drunk, doesn't it? Huh?
Wait a minute. That ain't no drunk.
You keep out of this.
I seen what I seen. With my own two eyes, I did. I was standing right here on this spot. What's your name, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Gerald North.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. North. My name's Willis, Cuthbert Willis, and I'm prepared to testify I am. I ain't afraid. He can't intimidate me. He can't.
What are you talking about?
Your friend here, I seen him. He is your friend, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, so it just goes to show you ought to be more careful what kind of friends you choose. I seen what he did.
I give up. I positively give up.
Well, I should hope so.
I still say it would have worked, Jerry, if only Punchy had put up any kind of a fight. Are you referring to me, Mr. Clisby? Yes, Punchy, I am. Why did you let him knock you down so fast? If you'd only created a real disturbance, nobody would have noticed me.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Clisby. I'm afraid it's like this fella says. I have great delicacy of feelings, and I guess tonight I was feeling extra delicate.
No, it spoiled my
You
beautiful...
stabbed him, you did. I saw it with a knife.
Frisbee, you didn't. Not really.
Oh, no, of course. Come on, Bud, get up.
How can he get up? You killed him.
Nonsense. Do I look like a lunatic? Okay, so looks are only skin deep. Now, look, Jerry, I wouldn't really kill a guy just to prove a point.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
But I did go through the motions. And no one would have noticed either if Punchy hadn't been feeling so plain delicate
Come on, Bud, get up. Bud, wait a minute, Frisbee. This fellow's not going to get up.
What do you mean?
I mean, this fellow's really been stabbed. He's dead. New York Homicide? I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Wigan, please. Okay. Hello, Bill. Pam and I have... What's that? Yes, there's been a murder. Okay, Bill, relax. After all, you don't think we enjoy finding bodies, do you? Right in the doorway of the Kramer building. I'm calling from the drugstore next door. Okay, we'll wait. So long. And Bill's coming right over.
Oh, good.
Now, where's Frisbee? I want to ask him...
No, he's getting away, he is.
What?
The murderer. He's getting in the cab. He's going to escape.
That's right. Look, Jerry, there's Frisbee getting in a cab in front of the store.
Yeah, come on. Frisbee, wait a minute. Frisbee!
He won't wait.
I knew it was going to escape. I knew it.
Oh, that wacky idiot. He's only going to make things worse. Come on, Pam, we got to catch him.
But the taxi's turned the corner already, Jerry. We'll never be able to catch him.
Never mind that. I think I know where he's gone.
Are you a mind reader?
No, darling, a script reader. And it's taught me what goes on in what Frisbee uses for a mind. Well, Pam, here's the elevator. Get in.
All right, Jerry.
Push the button for the fifth floor, please.
Yes. And now, will you please tell me why we came here?
Because, according to the papers on the dead man, this is where he lived.
But what makes you think that Frisbee will be here?
Because, darling, I've published Frisbee's books for years.
Oh. And you accuse me of talking in circles.
It's really simple, sweetheart. In every one of Frisbee's stories, the first place the hero goes in checking up on a murder is to the victim's apartment looking for clues.
And you think Frisbee is living the part now?
Well, it's worth a chance. Let's see, 5C.
Oh, there it is, darling, right across the hall.
Okay, come on.
And do his heroes have any special ways of getting into apartments that don't belong to them?
Mm-hmm. They usually pick the locks.
Oh,
Let's see if it works.
well?
Yep, it's open. Come on.
I don't see him.
Maybe it's in the other room. Frisbee!
Golly, Jerry.
What is it?
Suppose the person who picked that lock wasn't Frisbee.
Then, sweetheart, we are definitely sticking our necks out. That wouldn't be the first time.
Somebody's been here. Look at the papers all over that desk.
Yeah. Let's see what they... Wait a minute.
What is it, darling?
Look, alongside the desk.
Oh, gollies. Feet.
Yeah. Where there are feet, there's usually a body. Let's see. Yes, there is. Uh-oh. It's Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry. Is he...
Wait a minute. Oh, it's all right, Pam. He's breathing.
Oh, thank heaven. Frisbee, are you all right?
Hello, Pam, Jeff. Well, what are you doing here? How'd you find me? How'd you know where I was?
Jerry read it in the book.
Huh? Oh, my head. Ooh, how did they do it?
Do what?
Get it through the door.
Your head?
No, the General Grant. What the devil are you talking about? The tank. I was hit by a tank at General Grant. Frisbee, aren't you exaggerating? Oh, well, perhaps slightly.
Do you think you'll be all right, Frisbee?
Well, I'll never be the same. Oh, well, maybe it'll be an improvement. Did you catch her? Her? Who? Shirley Anderson. No, I see you didn't.
Who's Shirley Anderson?
The dead man's fiancée. Pardon, ex-fiancée. Well, why should we have caught her? Was she here? Well, she must have been. Did you see her? No, but she'd be the only one who wanted the letter.
What letter?
When I came here, I found a letter from Shirley to Bud breaking off their engagement. Seems they had a fight.
Well, where is the letter?
Well, I had it in my hand, and everything went black.
Oh. So Shirley Anderson was General Grant.
Well, she must have been. Oh, my head. Ooh, oh, that girl has a... She's a lot stronger than she looks, or I'm getting soft-headed. Jerry, who are you calling? I want to see if I can get hold of Bill Wigan.
Okay, but don't tell him I'm here.
Oh, Bill won't hurt you, Frisbee.
Oh, the police are fools. They'll lock me up and try to sweat a confession out of me. I've got to solve this crime before they catch me.
Oh, cut the dramatics.
I know what I'm talking about.
Sure, it happens in every book you write. But Bill isn't like that. You're just making matters worse by running away.
But, Jerry, I didn't kill Bud, and
I'm sure you did, but... Oh, wait a minute. Hello, Green Drugstore? Well, I wonder if you do me a favor. Will you please go next door to the Kramer building and give a message to Lieutenant Wigan of the New York Homicide Squad? Yes, I think you'll find him there. Just tell him that Jerry called and say that he and Pam are at Bud Barnes' apartment. It's 5C in the Sylvester James apartment. That's right. Thank you very much.
Jerry, let's face it.
Let's face what, Frisbee?
Look, I am a genius.
Well?
And a genius has no business sitting on the floor holding his head. There's a crime to be solved, and I'm the man to solve it.
Well, when Bill gets here...
I can't wait for Bill. Time is of the essence. First, we must array our facts.
Okay, array away.
Well, number one.
Whoever killed Bud must be someone who knew of your plan to put on an act for Jerry with Bud.
Check. But that gets us nowhere too fast on account of there are too many. Bud and I decided on the act at a party last night at which there were guests, more guests, and assorted sundries.
I see.
So, we have to find something more specific. Check?
Check.
Punchy is out. He knows from nothing, even less. Check?
Check.
Yeah. Well, let's see. There's, Harvey Hollis.
Harvey Hollis?
Yeah. Used to be in love with Shirley. Maybe still is.
So he could have killed Bud to get Shirley Anderson for himself, not knowing they'd had a fight.
That's it. But I doubt it. However, I can't overlook any possibilities. But my money is still on...
Miss Anderson herself?
Definitely. Had a fight with Bud. She was at the party. So, motive, knowledge, all she needed was the opportunity. Check?
Check.
Then what are we waiting for?
Bill.
Waste of time. The time is...
I know. Of the essence.
That wouldn't be running away. You'd be with me, and you could call Bill from Shirley's. He could meet us there.
Well...
Jerry, I am not one to be framed for murder and take it lying down. To say nothing about a conk on the noggin.
Which you did take, lying down.
Well, I must have satisfaction. It's up to me to crack this case.
I think he's right, Jerry. Come on, let's go to Miss Anderson's with him.
Well...
You said that before. Come on, Pam, let you and me go. Jerry can join us if he wants to.
Now, wait a minute.
But time
is of the essence. Okay, come on, let's go.
Why, Frisbee, Clisby.
Hello, Shirley. I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, how too exciting. I've heard so much about you and everything. How did it go?
What?
The act. You and Bud, Frisbee. Oh, did it work? It must be too exciting to work out a perfect crime. I'd love to do it. Except that if you did, really, I mean, how would anyone know? And if they didn't, then what fun would it be? Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Stuart here, Frisbee. You know him, Stuart Payne. He was at the party last night.
Yes?
Oh, Stu, look who's here.
Oh, hello there, Clisby.
Hello.
Stu, this is Mr. and Mrs. North. You know, the Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
I do.
How do you do?
Oh, Frisbee, you haven't told me. Did you fool Mr. North? I'm simply bursting. You didn't mind, did you, Mr. North? I think it was such a cute idea. Quaint, that's the word for it. Did you, Frisbee?
Shirley, somebody killed Bud.
I know, you did.
I mean, really.
I beg your pardon.
I pretended to kill him and pushed him into a doorway. Somebody must have been hiding in there and really killed him.
What?
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible, Mr. Payne?
Well, I mean, why would anyone want to...
I don't know, but somebody did.
Mom always wanted me to be an actress, but I was never any good, even though my profile does look something like Katharine Hepburn. Well, I suppose I'll be suspected, won't I?
Because you look like Katharine Hepburn?
Because I can't act like Katharine Hepburn. Oh, just think what Bernhardt would have done with a moment like this. Or Bette Davis. I think she's terrific, don't you? Simply terrific.
Aren't we somehow getting away from the point, Miss Anderson?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. North. My lover has just been killed. At least he's supposed to be my lover. If I could make it with the hysterics and stuff, you'd all be pitying me and sniffling and saying, there, poor little girl.
I see.
Shirley, you hated Bud, didn't you?
No, Frisbee, but I do think that he was a stinker, if you'll pardon my saying so.
She's upset. She doesn't realize what she's saying.
I think she does. In fact, I know she does.
She loved Bud. Why should she have wanted...
But he done her dirt, ditched her, and hell hath no fury, etc., etc.,
That's not so. Bud and Shirley
are all washed up, Stu. Let's face it.
Shirley, you didn't kill Bud.
Of course not, silly.
Well, then why keep on saying things like...
They happen to be the truth.
Mr. North.
Yes?
I killed Bud.
Stu, you didn't.
Excellent. Excellent. It all fits.
Does it, Frisbee?
Yes, I couldn't have done it better myself.
What do you mean?
The perfect build-up to the confession. Sort of like my handling of Death Rides a Pogo Stick, don't you think, Jerry?
Yeah.
Stu's lying, Mr. North. He didn't kill Bud. He couldn't have. Why not? Well, I mean, he's just not the type. I mean, I know him. Oh, dear, I don't know what I mean.
I tell you, I killed Bud.
Then I suppose you stole the letter, too.
What letter?
About Shirley's fight with Bud.
Okay, as long as you know about it anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Here it is.
Let's see it.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Is it, Frisbee?
Uh-huh. This is it.
Now, do you believe me?
Oh, Stuart.
Miss Anderson, may I use your telephone, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, Stu, this isn't like you at all. It positively isn't.
What?
Going around killing people. Whatever made you do it? Sure, Bud was a stinker, but even so... In fact, he was a terrific stinker. He was... Oh, you know, Stu, I don't blame you.
Stop it, Shirley.
Hello, Bill. I thought I'd be able to get you at Barnes' apartment. Us? Well, we're at Miss Anderson. Well, I know I said we'd stay there, but Bill. He's angry. Well, Bill, you don't understand. We have the murderer for you. What's that? You don't say. Okay, well, we'll wait here anyway. Yes, honestly, we won't budge until you get here. Okay, so long. Well, what do you know?
I don't know, Jerry. What do you know?
I told Bill we'd caught the murderer.
Yes?
Well, he said, so has he.
Huh?
Excellent. A nice twist, a very nice twist.
There now, Stu, I told you it wasn't you. Who was it, Mr. North?
Harvey Hollis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. That's why you had the fight with Bud, Miss Anderson. You had jilted him for Mr. Hollis.
What's that?
Miss Anderson jilted Bud for Hollis, and Bud threatened to kill Hollis. Hollis has admitted that much.
No, it's not true.
So Hollis must have killed Bud in self-protection. Bill told him. He says he has proof Hollis is the murderer.
What a fool. What a complete and absolute fool.
Who?
Me. To think that... Oh, what?
There he goes.
Hey, wait a minute.
He's getting away, Jerry.
We got to stop him. Come on.
Oh, dear, he knows we're following him. He's speeding.
Yeah. Driver, don't let him get away. He turned the corner. So did we.
Oh, golly.
Exciting, but sort of pointless, don't you think?
Not if we want to catch pain.
But do we?
What do you mean, Frisbee? Of course we do.
You see, Frisbee, Hollis didn't really kill Bud.
Oh, I know that.
Look out, driver. A car just cut in front of us. Jerry, are you all right?
Yes, darling. Are you?
I don't know.
Okay, Jerry. You win.
What do I win?
My surrender, unconditional. I'm a man of deep sensitivity. Auto crashes, bangs on the belfry, not for me. Have your Bill arrest me. What's the third degree compared to this?
Oh, don't worry, Frisbee. He won't arrest you. Because we know who the murderer is now.
So do I, but the police won't believe it.
I think they will, Frisbee. If we ever stand still long enough for them to get to us.
Well, Mr. Payne's gotten away, so I guess the thing for us to do is to go back to Miss Anderson and wait for Bill there.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly hope he'll listen to you. Because I'm kind of allergic to being beaten with a rubber hose.
Hello, Miss Anderson. We've come back.
Oh, that's too bad.
Thank you.
I mean, Lieutenant Wigan will be very angry.
Well, why? We told him we'd meet him here.
I know, but you didn't.
You mean he's been here?
Oh, yes.
Where did he go?
Out looking for you.
Well, maybe we better go look for him.
Round and round we go.
Oh, no, we don't. We're staying here, if Miss Anderson doesn't object.
Not at all. Not at all. Come in.
Thank you.
Come in and sit down and tell me all about it. Who did it? It couldn't be Harvey, you know. That's absurd. Besides, Harvey had nothing to do with my breaking off with Bud.
I know that, Miss Anderson. Bill didn't say anything about Harvey. I just made that up to see what Payne would do.
What did he do?
Didn't you see? He ran away.
But where did he go?
We don't know. He got away.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because he's not the murderer.
Oh, good. But how do you know, Frisbee?
Well, it's obvious. He only confessed to protect you.
Why, how romantic. Are you sure?
Well, of course. That's the way it's always done.
Always?
In his stories.
But then who really killed Bud?
Well, you see...
Oh,
Sorry,
Frisbee.
Pam.
There's only one person who could...
Sorry, Pam.
Oh, that's all right, Frisbee. What were you going to say?
What was I going to say? I was just going to tell her the name of the murderer. It's Cuthbert Willis.
Who?
Cuthbert Willis.
Who's he?
A little man who claims he saw me kill Bud.
Well, what makes you think it was Mr. Willis, Frisbee?
Well, it's simple. Nothing points to him.
What do you mean?
The least suspicious character, don't you see?
Oh, Frisbee.
I hate to disappoint you again, old man, but I'm afraid it isn't Willis. It must be. Nope. Well, that leaves Shirley.
Really, Frisbee, really? No gentleman would accuse a girl of murder in her own parlor, even if it were true, which it isn't.
Well, now, wait a minute. It wasn't my idea.
Nor mine.
But, Jerry, you said...
I said it wasn't Willis.
But that only leaves Shirley and Stewart. And don't you agree that his confession was just to protect her?
Of course he confessed to protect her.
Well, he's obviously in love with her.
Well, that's just the point.
I don't get it.
Well, as I see it, Payne was so much in love with Miss Anderson that he killed the man she was engaged to in order to be able to have her for himself.
Not knowing that she'd already had a fight with a fiancé. Then when he found out about the fight...
And found there were letters proving there had been a fight.
He had to get those letters to keep her from being accused of the murder. And then when that didn't work, he was willing to give himself up rather than to see her arrested.
Then the confession was on the level?
That's right, Frisbee.
Interesting twist. I'll have to try that sometime. But if it's Stuart Payne, how are we going to catch him? He's already made his getaway.
Well, perhaps he'll be back.
I'm afraid not.
Well, Frisbee, if this were one of your stories, he'd walk in just about now with a gun in his hand.
No, I'd never use that.
Why not?
Oh, it'd be too convenient. It'd seem contrived.
Would it, Frisbee?
Stu.
Yes, it's me. And as you see, I have the gun, too. That's what I went for.
Unbelievable. No, it isn't, Frisbee. And it isn't contrived. I sort of had an idea he'd be back.
Yes, you're right. I am back. Surely I loved you. I'd have done anything for you. I'd have stolen for you. I'd have killed for you. I did kill for you. What did I get out of it? First it was Bud, and now Harvey.
No, Stu, that's not true. Mr. North just made up that story about Harvey.
I don't believe it.
It's so. I just wanted to see what you'd do.
You can't fool me. I know her. She never loved me. She never will. Well, all right, I'll fix her. I'll kill her.
No, Stuart!
Mr. Payne, look out behind you, Jerry. Quick.
Right. Stop that gun.
Mr. North, you knocked him out. Oh, the phone. I'll get it.
Oh, this is too much. This is positively too much.
What's the matter, Frisbee?
Oh, it's bad enough that my perfect murder failed and the confession was on the level and the murderer shows up right on cue. Yeah. But for you to get the gun away from him with that oldie, look out behind you. Oh, Pam, no.
Mr. North.
Yes?
That was Lieutenant Wygand on the phone. He wanted to know where you were. I told him you were back here again.
Well, didn't he want to talk to us?
No. He said he doesn't like to use that kind of language on the telephone.
Well, darling, Payne has confessed again. To the police this time.
Well, I hope Frisbee believes him this time.
Well, I hope so, too. He should have believed him the first time, as soon as he saw the letter.
Well, of course he should have. Mr. Payne pretended that he didn't know anything about the murder until we told him. But he stole the letter before we told him.
That's right. That clinched it.
Yes, darling. Oh, poor Frisbee. Nothing worked out the way he'd have done it.
Well, maybe we can give him his ending at least.
What's that, dear?
Well, at this point, in all of his adventures of Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby, Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby retire.
Well, pleasant dreams. And thanks for supplying us with tonight's bedtime story in a mystery playhouse. See, I hear that your entries for the Globe Theater radio playwriting contest are coming in fine. My friend Herbert Marshall, director of the Globe Theater, asked me if I wouldn't say something about the length of the script. Your script should take about 25 to 27 minutes to play, including all allowances for sound effects and music bridges. This should mean about 25 to 27 double-spaced typewritten pages. Mr. Marshall wanted me to emphasize that it's better to write them long than short. For any additional information, You need about the Globe Theater contest? Write to the station or to contest editor, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Well, we better start down to the green room right away or we'll be late for the preview performance of our next Mystery Playhouse attraction. Follow me, please. Come. Come. Come.
Mr. Joyce, why do you speak to me this way? After all, Mr. Joyce, I'm not a criminal. I'm not. No.
I'm sorry. All right, cry it out.
Don't let them hang me, please.
Will you pull yourself together, please?
Just give me time. Just give me some time and let me think. I was
Mrs. Crosby, I'll come back later.
No, don't leave me.
But Well, Mrs. Crosby.
Will whoever has the original letter sell it?
Why, yes, I think so.
Who has it?
For the Chinese woman who's living in Helen's house.
The Chinese woman. Does she want very much for it?
Maybe she wants a very large sum.
Mr. Joyce, are you going to let them hang me because of a paltry sum of money? What?
Now, you think it's so simple as all that to secure possession of that letter? Why, you have no right to make any such suggestion to me.
Well, then what will happen to me?
Well, you should have thought of that before. Justice mistake its cause.
Oh, please, Mr. Joyce, please. I'm putting myself in your hands. I know that I have no right to ask you to do anything that isn't proper, but you must do everything you can to help me. Mr. Joyce, you're my counselor. Now, who else will help me? You've got to. You've got to help me, Mr. Joyce. Now, please. I'm getting down on my knees.
Mrs. Crosby, please, stop it. Could your husband raise the money?
Yes, I'm sure he could.
Well, you know that he'd have to be told what it was for.
Yes, but does he have to see the letter? He's in love with me, Mr. Joyce. He's making me sacrifice to save me.
Well, I'm not
Robert's
sure that
an old friend of yours. Now, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm asking you to save a rather simple, kind man who never did you any harm from all the pain that's possible.
Mrs. Crosby. All right. I'll help you. But on one condition.
Yes.
Now, you told me the truth about the letter. Now, will you tell me the truth about that night?
Oh, yes, I will.
All right. Did you or did you not shoot Hammond in self-defense?
Well, of course it was in self-defense. I swear to you, Mr. Joyce, it was in self-defense. Now, you've got to believe me. You must help me. Please, Mr. Joyce, I'm placing my life in your hands. I wouldn't lie to you now. I wouldn't.
Very well, Mrs. Crosby. I must go now.
Mr. Joyce, what are you going to do?
Do? I don't know.
Yes, creeps. Next time, we are going to go dramatic. Yes, it's one of the classic stories of its kind, written by the fine English author, Somerset Maugham. So be in your seats next time, ready for the curtain on the letter. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. People like Pam and Jerry North enjoy living in New York because there's always something going on, at any hour of the day or night. But if there's one time when the big city sleeps or even dozes off for a moment, it's in the wee hour just before dawn. when the streets are deserted and your car is just broken down on the outskirts of town.
Oh, it's no use, dear. This thing wouldn't start if I gave it a dose of Benzedrine.
I wish it stopped turning the motor over. I'm beginning to feel like a malted milk.
Must be the distributor. Or that float in the carburetor.
Oh, no, it's the starter, Jerry. It keeps spinning around and around as if all the ice cream weren't melted.
What ice cream?
Well, I hadn't thought about the flavor. I suppose it's chocolate.
In the carburetor?
Oh, is that what you call those things?
What thing?
Those aluminum containers they mix malteds in.
Darling, I'm talking about starting the car.
Well, for goodness sake, what do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know, dear. You haven't given me a clue.
Jerry, where are you going?
Well, we can't just sit here, Pam. I've got to find a garage or a telephone or somebody that'll give us a hitch to one. Everybody around here seems to be asleep.
Oh, there must be some sign of life. Other people drive home from late parties, don't they?
Not along this road. There doesn't seem to be a single... Ah, a milk wagon.
What are you so happy about? We don't want any milk.
Hey there. Hold up a second, will you?
Oh, Nellie. What's the trouble, mister? Run out of gas?
Run out of engine, I think. Do you know where I can find a garage that's open at this time of the night?
Well, now, I don't know as I can. I don't have much use for garages, you know. Not while there's good horses around. Now, you stop laughing, Nellie. You break down, too, once in a while.
What's the matter, Jerry? Won't he help us?
Oh, I'll help you, ma'am, as soon as I finish up my milk route. Nellie won't mind taking you to a garage so long as you don't make her go in. The smell of gas gives her colic.
I guess she doesn't even like to talk about it.
She don't mind.
Well, how long do you think it'll take you to finish?
Oh, it won't be long. I haven't got but a few more calls to make. Now, you just sit here in the wagon and wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Do you think we ought to, Jerry?
Wait in the wagon? Why not?
Well, I don't know. It seems kind of funny to be sitting in a milk wagon. I don't know a thing about cows.
I don't either, dear, but I just as soon get home tonight. Come on.
Must be awfully lonely being a milkman, leaving bottles at people's doors, sitting up here in the driver's seat. You never see anybody face to face, not even the horse.
Pam, will you please sit down and leave Nellie out of this? The first thing you know, I'll have to...
You have to what?
Stay where you are. Don't make a sound.
Why, Jerry...
Shut up, I tell you.
Jerry North, how dare you talk to me like that?
I'm not talking, Pam. It's this manly-looking gentleman who's just stepped up to the wagon.
Well, what?
The one on your left with the scar on his face.
And the long-nosed gun in his hand.
Oh, how do you do?
Keep your trap shut or you'll get hurt. Where's the milk?
Matt, well, what milk?
Come on. Where are the cases that were piled up and back?
I don't know. We're strangers here.
Well, push open. Let me look inside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is that all the milk there is? Just these 4 bottles?
As far as we know, we haven't touched a drop.
No, we're coffee drinkers.
Shut up. I ain't got time for polite conversation.
Hey, what are you doing? That's somebody's milk.
Mind your own business.
Oh, you can't do that. Think of all the trouble the cows went to.
Sit down and keep out of the way.
Jerry, he's milk mad. He'll break all the bottles and we'll get the blame for it.
Well, that's that.
There's some cream over here in the corner.
Never mind. Where's the milk route?
The what?
The list of places the milkman delivers to. It ought to be hanging up here somewhere.
Oh, is this it?
That's what I want.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't get away with this.
No? What are you going to do?
Pay for the milk.
That's more like it. Just to make sure you don't get in my hair, I'm going to send you 2 on a little buggy ride.
Buggy? Here, don't you dare take those reins.
You'll get them back in a minute, lady.
Jerry.
Give him a good ride.
Hey, don't do that.
Go.
Jerry, stop him. That bug's running away.
Never mind him, Pam. The horse is, too. Atta girl, Nellie. Just take it easy and we'll find your master for you.
Maybe it'd be better not to, after running away with his horse.
The horse ran away with us, dear. And if she hadn't tired on that long hill, we'd have been in Cleveland by now.
Oh, golly, she's starting again.
Now, don't excite her, Pam. She just sees her master.
Where?
Waiting right over there on the curb next to our car.
Oh.
Whoa, Nellie, easy, girl. This is the end of the line.
You'd better start talking, Jerry, before the milkman turns sour.
A fine thing. A fine thing. If you want to go for a ride, why don't you find a merry-go-round?
We can explain everything, driver.
Well, you can't explain overheating this horse. She ain't air-cooled, you know.
Well?
Gosh almighty, you broke my milk, too. Now, Mrs. Snyder won't be able to take her bath.
But it wasn't our fault, driver. That horrible man had a scar on his face and a gun in our ribs. Otherwise, the horse wouldn't have run away. Don't you see?
I see, all right, but I don't think I'm hearing so good.
He broke the bottles, the thug, and he took the milk route, too.
Now, why would anybody want to break milk bottles?
That's just it. We don't know. Unless he sells cardboard containers.
It's a lot more serious than that, Pam. That guy was desperate.
I don't believe the whole story.
Stick him up.
Huh?
Stick him up, all of you. You'll get shot.
Jerry, it's a girl.
Now, what kind of a joke?
Shut up. Hand over all the milk you got. Come on, lady, pass it down.
But there isn't any more. Will cream do? We have some very thin cream.
Don't be funny. Give me the cream.
Yes, ma'am.
That all there is? Just these two?
That's all, lady. Mrs. Foley and Mrs. Rosenblum.
Oh.
Gosh sakes, that's not just cream. That's extra heavy.
What happened to all the milk?
The man with the scar got it. He got the milk route, too.
Man with the scar?
That's what they tell me.
Get in, driver.
How's that?
Get in, I said. We're all going for a little ride.
Another one? My horse is exhausted.
Do like I tell you. You're going to take me back over your milk route.
Why did he do it? Why did it have to happen to me? Every bottle along the route has been broken.
Stop your whining and keep driving.
There's Mrs. Henderson.
There must be milk insurance.
There's Mrs. Flowers, both ports.
There's rain insurance.
They'll never forgive me. I'll have to move to a new neighborhood.
Oh, there's one that isn't broken.
Where?
I see it. Mrs. Breedham's house. Oh, Nellie. Oh.
Take it easy now. No tricks or I'll let you have it.
We may get out, may we not?
One at a time. And keep in front of me. All of you.
Come on, Pam. Watch your step, dear.
How can I? With a hot gun breathing down my neck.
Go ahead, milkman. Stay with him.
I'm staying. Only I wish you would...
Keep moving.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Not too fast now. Keep in line.
Anything you say. Go ahead, Jerry. I just can't understand why all the other milk bottles are broken and this one is still whole.
Wait a minute. I think I understand it now, Pam.
What is it?
A man lying across the steps. A dead man.
Oh, no.
How do you know he's dead?
He's been shot through the head.
Jerry, that thug did it. The man with the scar on his face, he killed him.
No, Pam. That thug didn't kill this man.
Why not?
Because this man is the one with the scar on his face.
Well, this is one situation where there's more to cry over than spilled milk.
Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo, everybody, Halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shines through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Don't just stand there, Jerry. Get the police.
I'd be very happy to, dear, but I doubt if this young lady with the gun will let me.
I will in a minute, mister. As soon as I search this guy's pockets.
Oh, don't do that. It's against the law to move a dead man.
Against the law to do a lot of things.
I'll bet you've done them all.
Shut up. All I wanted from you was milk.
Just the same, you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you don't stop throwing suspicion on yourself. You're mixed up in a murder case, young lady.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking for a ring.
What kind of a ring? Is that what he was looking for?
That's my business.
It'll be the police's business, too, when they catch up with you. Don't forget you've got 3 witnesses here who can identify you.
Cut it out, will you? I didn't kill this guy.
But you do know who he is.
He's a skunk, a no-good double-crossing skunk.
Oh, I take it you're in love with him.
I was until he tried to run out on me. Just swiping somebody's ring. A dirty rat. He said the cops were chasing him down the street. He had to get rid of it.
So he just left it in my milk wagon?
That's what he told me. Said he cut through the cap of a milk bottle and dropped it inside so he could pick it up later.
Only the wagon had moved by then.
I guess so.
Well, if he was double-crossing you, why don't you put that gun down and let the police take over?
Because I don't want to get blamed for stealing that ring. I want to put it back before she finds out it was stolen.
Who is she?
The woman I work for. She'll think I took her because I'm her maid.
Who's the woman you work for?
I've told you too much already. Now turn around, all of you.
What's the idea?
Turn around, I said. Keep facing the street. If anybody tries to follow me, I'll shoot. Stay that way, all of you.
See which way she's going, Jerry.
No, and I'm not going to look either. She's too nervous to be tempted with that gun.
I'll see.
We should have found out who she works for. The woman who owns the ring is the key to the whole case. We don't even know who she is.
I know who owns the ring.
Who?
Mrs. W. Stewart. Says so on the inscription.
What inscription? What are you talking about?
The ring that was in the milk bottle.
You mean you've seen that ring?
Seen it. I got it. I found it while you was out gallivanting with my horse. It's right here in my pocket.
Homicide, Sergeant Mullins speaking.
Mullins, this is Mrs. North.
Oh, so early in the morning, Mrs. North? Don't tell me you're going to start finding corpses at the break of day.
Well, we found this one, Mullins. There may be more later.
You mean there's one already? A bona fide murder?
As far as we're concerned, it is, but we'll leave it to you to make it official.
Well, I'd better get right up there.
That's why I'm calling you, Mullins. Jerry and I are going to take the diamond ring over to Mrs. Stewart's place, but you'll find the body on Hewlett Street, about 6 feet from Mrs. Breeden's milk bottle.
What?
Oh, you can't miss it, Mullins. It's homogenized, and the milkman will be waiting there for you with a gray horse.
We must have a bad connection. Nothing but gibberish is coming out this end.
Well, it's going in clear enough. The corpse is on Hewlett Street, 722.
I got you.
A milkman is waiting there for you to tell you about the murder.
I got you.
And Jerry and I have to dash over with a ring because that maid of hers might kill somebody.
I lost you.
W. Stewart is certainly taking her time about answering the doorbell, Jerry.
Well, it's only 8 o'clock, dear. She might still be asleep.
Yes?
Mrs. Stewart? Mrs. W. Stewart?
Yes.
I believe you own a diamond ring with a large stone in the center and a circle of emeralds around it.
Why, who are you? What do you know about the ring?
Well, we don't know very much, except that it was stolen last night.
Stolen? From this apartment?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Stewart. The ring isn't missing anymore, but if you want it back, we'll all have to go to the police.
No, I don't want any fuss about that ring.
But there is a fuss.
There will be if we stand here talking about it.
Well, what shall we do? Make signs?
No, please, go away, will you? Don't you understand? My husband is a very jealous man. I can't stand here any longer. I really...
Who is it, dear?
Just some people from down the hall, Ed. Please. Will you go away and come back some other time?
Mrs. Stewart, you don't seem to realize there's been a murder.
I can't help it. There'll be another one if you get my husband involved in this.
But what about your maid, Mrs.
Goodbye.
Well, that was a cordial little reception. Another minute and she'd have served tea right in our faces.
Very strange, Jerry. Didn't seem as if she were at all interested in getting her ring back. Or the murder either.
Seeming isn't believing, dear.
She didn't even seem to seem.
Well, before we go off the deep end on this, I think you better run down to the drugstore on the corner and phone the police again. I may need Mullen's strong right arm before I'm through here.
Well, what are you going to do?
Find out a little more about this ring.
Alone?
I won't be alone long, Pam, if you hurry that call. A squad car can be here in 3 minutes.
Oh, all right, Jerry. I'll be right back.
Thank you, dear.
And don't keep telling me I can trust you because I can't. You lie like a trooper.
I don't.
Don't argue with me. I've got to get to work.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Why, nothing. I was just...
Don't hand me that. You were just about to ring the bell. You're one of our friends, aren't you?
No.
As soon as I tell her I'm going to Chicago, they start coming early in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. I was here just a moment ago. I rang the bell.
Then she was lying to me. She said it was somebody from down the hall.
Hey, let go of my coat.
I'll make an example of you, mister. No. Come on. Come on, get up.
So you can knock me down again? No, thank you.
Get up, I said, or I'll grind you into the floor.
No, well, wait. Now, look, I don't even know your wife. I just came here to help her get a ring back.
What ring?
The big diamond one that was stolen last night. I've got it right here.
Don't you lie to me. That ring is at the jeweler's. She told me she left it there to have it fixed.
Well, I don't know what she told you, Mr. Stewart, but... Hey, that's my throat you're squeezing.
Come on, we're going to find out about that ring right now.
Wait a second, will you? My wife's downstairs in the phone booth.
I don't care where your wife is. You're coming with me.
Operator, get me police headquarters right away.
Yes, ma'am. Police headquarters.
Put that phone down.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Oh, dear. It's you.
Put that phone down.
Of course.
Now, hand over the ring.
What ring?
Don't play dumb. I saw the milkman give it to you. I've been following you ever since.
Well, you haven't followed very closely. My husband's got it.
Get it back.
But I can't. He's upstairs in the apartment on Tilden Street, and you're holding me here on Monroe Street.
What are you talking about?
Well, it ought to be plain enough. You're holding me here on Monroe Street, and
Wait a minute. There goes your husband now, with Mr. Stewart.
Where?
Can't you see through the window? They're crossing the street.
Well, don't you want to find out where they're going?
You bet I do. Come on. Until I get that ring, I'm not going to let either of you out of my sight.
Well, I wish you'd tell me why you're dragging me to a jewelry store, Mr. Stewart. I've got the ring in my pocket.
Be quiet. The store's right here.
It isn't open yet.
Now, we'll wait. There's something awfully fishy about this ring business, and I've got a hunch my wife is behind it.
Why?
Because she doesn't ever tell the truth until I dig it out of her. Only this time I'm going to dig it out of the jeweler. Hey, say, what was that?
Sounds like a shot to me. There's another one.
Where are they coming from?
I haven't got the faintest idea. Quick, get down. That one was too close for comfort.
What the heck is going on here?
Don't you know, Mr. Stewart? Somebody's trying to kill us.
Well, it looks like Jerry is going to be kept very busy for a while. I'd like you to try something tomorrow morning or evening. In return, I promise you a small miracle, and that's not a wild promise. I ask you to brush your teeth with the all-purpose tooth powder, Colgate tooth powder. Just that, and here's the reward, I promise you. You'll find that brushing your teeth becomes a really pleasant experience. You actually enjoy the rich, active foam of Colgate tooth powder, and you'll certainly like what it does for you. Not only does it get your teeth sparkling clean, looking their brightest, but at the same moment, it cleans and sweetens your breath, too. Indeed it does. That's proved. Colgate tooth powder with its active foam instantly stops unpleasing breath originating in the mouth in 7 out of 10 cases. Look, you can still get all-purpose Colgate tooth powder tonight and try it in the morning. But at any rate, try it as soon as you can. The sooner the better, for you will learn that Colgate tooth powder sweetens your breath while it cleans your teeth.
Those shots are coming from across the street.
Get back in the doorway, Mr. Stewart. You're too big a target. If you are the target.
It's me, all right. My wife's firing those shots. See her over there?
And she's coming this way. You better beat it before she gets the range.
Where can I go? She's got us cornered in this doorway.
Well, I'd stand in front of you, but the way she looks, I think she'd shoot through me.
Come on out of there, Ed.
Now, wait a minute, honey. You don't want to kill me.
Keep talking. This police car coming up.
I know we had our little spats, but...
Stop shaking, you big bluff. If I hadn't been afraid of you, this would never have happened.
But I don't want you
Stop
to...
that good lady and come fast.
Mullins!
That's all right, Mr. North. I've got hold of her now.
You got here just in time, officer. She was going to kill me.
Don't be a fool. I was just trying to frighten you away from the store. I didn't want you to speak to the jeweler before I did.
Why not?
Because I lied to you about that ring, Ed. It wasn't being repaired. I pawned it about a month ago, and I didn't want you to know about it. So I had a duplicate made.
And that's the one I've got? The one that was stolen?
Yes, Mr. North, the stones aren't real.
Well, I don't know what you two are talking about, but you're all coming down to headquarters for questioning. I've got a murder to solve.
Well, it's a lucky thing you found us, Mullins. How'd you know we were here?
Well, didn't your missus get a message through the headquarters? Oh, she pulled a fast one, Mr. North. Made believe she was hanging on the phone and left it open all the time.
What?
That's how we knew that the other girl was holding her.
What other girl? What are you talking about, Mullins? Where's Pam now?
I don't know, Mr. North, don't you?
No. What's that?
Oh, there she is across the street.
Quick, Mullins. That other girl will kill her.
It's all right, Jerry. I've got the gun now.
Pam, what happened? You're not hurt.
Now, don't get excited, dear. We just had a little argument over the revolver, and I won. Oh, watch your Mullins.
Here, I got her.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you.
Oh, but you did. You admitted he was running out on you when you called him a skunk. You had every reason to kill him, and you proved it by refusing to give yourself up to the police when we told you to.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. They're afraid they blame me for stealing the ring.
Oh, but you didn't have the ring, so you couldn't have stolen it. You see? The only thing you had to hide from the police was murder.
Get up.
Awfully nice of you to take us home, driver. You sure you don't mind?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Mrs. North. I wish I could take you home every morning. Without a murder, of course.
Oh, aren't you sweet? You really mean that?
Sure do. Why, if I could make my milk route with you, I'd leave an extra bottle of heavy cream at every doorstep.
Oh, I think you're pretty swell, too.
Say, what is this? A mutual admiration society?
Why, Jerry North, you're not jealous, are you? I think it's fun coming home with a milkman.
So do I. As long as the milkman doesn't come home with us.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Lufton.
A soap with a fragrance that's delightful and gay is one that is known as Cashmere Bouquet. Like magical gardens with blue skies above, so enchanting and entrancing, the fragrance men love. It's thrilling to bathe each day with Cashmere Bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Next Tuesday night, Mr. and Mrs. North find a lawyer, namely to wit as follows wherein murdered, and a murdered man asking for their help. Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair and Colgate tooth powder to get teeth sparkling and super clean, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In all respects, Pam and Jerry North's car is an excellent car with only one defect. It always picks the long way home. That's especially the trouble tonight when Pam and Jerry are coming from a weekend in the country, and the car seems to have chosen the longest, darkest, and most deserted road.
Pam, I'll have to take 10 minutes shut-eye, darling, before we can go on. I'm getting dangerously sleepy.
Well, let's do it then, Jerry. This is no place to have a smash-up.
Just lie back in the seat, dear.
Right. Oh, I can just feel myself drifting right off to sleep, can't you? Jerry. That's right. Go to sleep right while I'm talking. For all you know, I might have had something very interesting to say. I didn't, but I might have. Jerry.
What?
Listen.
Somebody's playing a musical instrument. And way out in the country. He's good, too.
Where's it coming from? I don't see any houses. I wonder... Look, there, at the side of the road.
A man playing a clarinet and coming toward us.
He's seen us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me, this way.
Why, what's the matter?
Just behind those trees. Come and see.
What's there?
A tree got in the way of my car.
Oh, an accident. Anybody hurt?
A girl. And the tree killed her. She's dead. Please come and help me.
Right away.
Where's your car?
Over here behind these trees, see?
Holy... You really smashed up.
The girl's in the seat. Help me, will you?
Jerry, you look and see.
Right. Say, there's no girl in your car, alive or dead.
What? Well, she was here a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Could you kill a girl and not know it?
We better look around for her, hadn't we?
Jerry, our car's starting up.
Hey, stop! Stop!
That was the girl who took the car.
But you said she was dead.
That's right, she was dead.
She isn't now. Stop! Come back! That's our car!
Which way did she go?
Well, that way, didn't you see? Jerry, here's a brand new man.
What? Oh. Who are you? Where'd you pop from?
I've been right here with you all the time.
I didn't see you. Oh, but I guess it's so dark.
Sure. That's why you didn't see him. It's so dark.
Lady, you said the girl drove your car toward New York?
Well, you were right here, too, you said. You must have seen the car go.
Only he didn't, lady. It's so dark.
Let's not argue about it. If she drove toward New York, I know exactly where she's going. Get in.
Get in what?
My car. It's right here. Come on.
I didn't see any other car here.
Of course you didn't. It's so dark.
My car's been here right along. What's the matter with you anyway? Now, all of you, get in and we'll go to town. Here we are. Made it fast, didn't we?
If you ask me, we made it in no time.
Oh, it's too dark here. I'm going inside where it's dark.
What place is this? It's a pretty gloomy-looking house.
This is where the girl came. It's where we all live. So long.
So long? What about our car? And the girl who was dead, but isn't?
What dead girl? What are you talking about?
The girl in your car in the wreck. Oh, only she wasn't there, and then she stole our car.
Lady, you're all mixed up.
Sure, it's so dark.
Well, so long.
Me too, so long.
Wait. If you're going inside and you think the girl's in there, we're going in, too.
Oh, no, you're not. Murder goes on in that house, and you're not allowed.
But the girl's got our car in there.
Nothing doing. It's dark in that house, and if you go in, you'll get killed.
So long. He's gone.
I never saw people move so fast. Jerry, we've got to find out what happened to our car.
The only way we can do that is to get into that house.
Jerry, it's so dark.
You sound like that clarinet player.
This is the darkest cellar I've ever been in.
I don't think it's a cellar, dear. It's a corridor. I can touch both walls at once.
Oh. Do you hear anything?
No. We'll have to get upstairs. Here's the door.
Can you open it?
I can't find the handle. Oh, here it is. Stick right behind me, Pam.
I'm so close behind you. I'm practically in front of you.
Here it goes. It's heavy. There.
Oh! Jerry, what is it?
It's a jam session. These many musicians getting together and playing just for themselves.
There's the man who drove us in. He's playing the trumpet.
And next to him, that clarinet player.
There's no air in here.
And it's hot.
Jerry, there's the girl, and she's singing.
Yes, her mouth's open, but the orchestra's so loud I can't hear her. Can you?
No. Oh! Jerry, look at the walls. They're closing in on us. The room's getting smaller and smaller.
But look behind the musicians. There's no wall at all. Only black space.
We'd better get out of here.
Oh, no. You can't get out now.
Oh, the clarinet player. But how can you be talking to us here? Your clarinet's still playing.
My clarinet plays by itself. Huh? I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Now you're gonna die.
Jerry!
You're gonna die by the knife in my hand.
Jerry, where are you? Help me!
He's gone. Now listen to that trumpet. Listen to him climb. Okay, boys? 1, 2. When he hits high C, this knife goes right into you.
Oh, no! Jerry! Jerry, where are you?
Listen to the trumpet. G sharp. A. B flat. And look at this knife, and here comes high C.
Jerry!
Pam! Pam, darling, what's the matter?
Help me! The knife! I see! Don't, Lynn!
I'm right here, sweetheart. Wake up.
Wake up! Oh, I was asleep.
Sure.
Oh, darling, what a horrible dream.
It must have been. You were waving your arms and kicking your legs. But you're safe in the car, and we can start driving home again.
You know, darling, it all started when I dreamed I heard a clarinet playing. And then I saw... Jerry, am I awake?
We both are. And I hear it, too. Somebody's playing a clarinet somewhere near us on the road.
Yes, Pam and Jerry are awake now, but it's still pretty dreamlike to hear a clarinet in the country on a dark, dark road.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shine through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, we've got to see what it is.
I know what it is, darling. A clarinet being played on a dark road on a dark night. The point is, why?
It's coming from behind those trees.
We'll see in a minute.
Now it's going away, Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe drawing us after it, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'm right. Look at that car against the tree.
It's pretty badly smashed. Someone may be hurt.
Maybe it's a girl. Oh, but she isn't there now.
What makes you say that?
That's the way it was in my dream. Is there?
Yes, there's a girl.
She's there? Oh, but she's not dead, is she?
She's alive, Pam.
Oh, somehow I knew she would be.
Loopy, you gotta take me back. You've gotta, Loopy, or I'll... Oh, who are you?
We found you here in the wrecked car, miss. Are you badly hurt?
No, I just hit my head, I guess.
Here, let me help you out.
Thanks. Where's Loopy?
The man who was playing the clarinet? We heard him, but we haven't seen him.
Good. You got a car? Could you take me back into the city with you?
We'll be glad to. And you ought to see a doctor. How'd the crash happen?
Loopy tried to get me to run away with him, and when I caught on, he wouldn't turn back. I crashed the car on purpose. Loopy's the greatest hot clarinet in this world, or out of it. I'm Mona Tremont.
I guess we ought to know who you are, but...
I'm a hot singer. They call me the Scat Girl. I guess you don't get around.
No. But shouldn't we try to find Loopy?
I don't want to find him. I want to get back to the city. Hey, wait a second.
Here's another car.
It's Eddie. Eddie, darling.
Mona, baby. You okay?
Eddie, I'm so glad you got here. Now you can take me back into town.
You bet, honey, and I want to get my hands on Loopy.
Loopy doesn't seem to be around here anymore.
Excuse me, folks. This is Eddie Rayburn, a hot trumpet if there ever was one.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hi.
And as you're in good hands, Mr. Mont, we'll be getting back to our car.
Wait a minute.
What?
Eddie.
Huh?
Something's been stolen from my handbag.
You know what it is?
You bet. And so do you.
Oh, maybe that was Loopy's doing.
That guy must be around here someplace.
Jerry, our car's starting.
Hey, wait! That's Loopy. Gotta come to sit now.
Look out!
How do you like that?
Oh, Eddie, you know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah. But how do you know I know?
I wish I didn't. Won't you take us with you in your car?
Okay, hop in. Okay, cats. There's your crate parked just ahead.
I never expected that. Jerry, we've got the car back.
I hope it's all in one piece. Anyway, thanks very much for the lift, Eddie. And Mona, I hope you're okay.
I will be. So long, folks, and thanks.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see that Loopy McGee and give him a piece of my mind for stealing our car.
Now, look, Mrs. North, you're not going to see Loopy. I'm giving a private party. And you're not coming into that building with us or you'll get hurt. Permanently.
Oh.
Now, take your car and get going. So long.
Nice people.
We better go, Pam. It's late, and there's our car.
Jerry, I'm remembering that awful dream, and it's all coming true. This strange building. This is where Eddie brought us before.
Darling, forget it. Dreams never come true.
I know, but something tells me we're not going to leave here.
No? Just watch us. Get in, dear. I'll get in the other side.
Jerry, look at this here on the seat.
Never mind, dear. Never mind. Get in.
But Jerry, it's a wanted circular for an escaped convict.
Huh? Wanted Eddie Malden escaped 6 weeks ago from state penitentiary while serving 3-year term for armed robbery. Dangerous. Former occupation, trumpet player.
Look at the picture. That's Eddie,
Yeah.
the man who drove us into town, the man who just took the girl into that building.
And this must be the thing Mona missed from her handbag. Loopy stole it from her.
And they were both scared because Loopy found out he's a fugitive.
That's right, Mr. North. Now I'll take it from you.
Oh, Eddie, well, we thought you were inside.
Give me that thing.
Here you are. Well, so long, Eddie.
Hold it. Now that you know who I am, you think I'm going to let you run off and call the police? Not a chance. Come on inside.
Oh, dear. What are you going to do with us?
Keep you locked up in the cellar while I finish some unfinished business?
Just a second, Pam. The door's opening.
Don't make any noise, Jerry.
Not if I can help it. One more push. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
Gosh, it's dark.
Jerry, it's exactly like it.
Like what?
Like the way it was in my dream. I wonder where that door is. Oh, I remember now. We just turned a corner, and there...
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Don't move.
who's that?
I don't know. Just a man I bumped into in the dark.
Won't be dark long. There's a light right here. There. Oh, there's two of you characters. Just what do you got in mind sneaking around here? Talk fast or you'll get in trouble.
Let's begin by finding out who you are.
Flash Farrell, Mona Tremont's manager and future husband. And there's a private jam session going on and you haven't been invited. Now you take a course.
Jam session? Then there is a jam session.
Yeah. What do you want with it?
We've got to get in there to prevent him. Mr. Farrell, I want you to hear me sing.
You sing, do you?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm Pam, Choo-Choo North. Choo-Choo. That's my style.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And who's this guy?
Look, Mr. Farrell.
That's my husband, Hot Lips North. Do you ever hear him play on the zither?
Zither. Who can play hot on a zither?
Oh, you've never heard Hot Lips. Has he, Hot Lips?
No, he never has.
It all sounds fishy to me.
Okay, then. Just show us where the jam session is.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And the first thing we'll do is to hear you sing. And you better be good.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, so I think I'll stay where I am. Choo-choo, civilization, I'll stay right here. Choo-choo.
Okay, Choo-Choo, you're not so bad. She's okay, isn't she, boys? Not bad.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Mr. Farrell. Oh, Jerry, the way it was before, Loopy had a knife. See if he has one now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, North.
Yeah?
Who let you out, Farrell?
No. We let ourselves out and met him in the corridor.
Now, look, North. Anybody that crosses me up gets it. Including Flash Farrell. I'll kill anybody that gets between me and Mona.
Farrell's in love with her, too, isn't he?
Look at her, boy. Wouldn't you be?
I've got a very charming wife, thank you.
Say, Hot Lips. Hot Lips.
Oh, yes, Farrell?
Sorry, we haven't got a zither for you.
Oh, that's all right, Farrell.
Oh, how did you think I was, Hot Lips?
Just great. Choo-choo?
Eddie, how about giving us a number?
Oh, sure, Loopy, but I'll have to make it the last for tonight.
Okay, Eddie, but come on. Come on, Flash.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Choo-Choo.
Jerry, it's more and more like my dream. You've got to stop Eddie from playing.
Okay, I'll try.
Hiya, folks. Say, I didn't know you two were hip.
Hip? To what?
To the rhythm. I didn't know you had the power.
Look, Mona, I've got to get over to the bandstand.
No, you don't. There's a gun in this handbag of mine. Make like you're just chatting so nobody gets leery.
What's the matter?
I saw Eddie talking to you. What'd he tell you?
He said he'd kill anybody that came between you and him. That means Loopy, because he knows about Eddie.
Does Farrell know about Eddie, too?
No, he doesn't. What are you two going to do?
We don't know.
I'll tell you what to do. Nothing. Just you two keep your trap shut or you'll have bad trouble with me.
We can't let him commit murder.
No.
Hey, folks, shut up, will you? Eddie's going to rip out with a little lip. All set, Eddie? Take it high.
It's going right out the roof. Okay? 1, 2.
Jerry.
Yes, darling.
The dream.
What?
The trumpet was playing and Loopy started to come at me with a knife. The trumpet went higher and higher like he's doing now.
Pam, you're imagining things. Nothing can happen now that he's playing.
A flat. A. B flat. He's getting closer. Jerry, do something. I told you, Jerry.
What's the matter with him?
Here, let me see.
Jerry, is he...
Yes. Eddie Malden is dead.
It's a bad spot for Pam and Jerry, for they know the murderer is right in that cellar room with them. The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
Yes, the last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And over 4,000 dentists in a nationwide survey said Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Yes, dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
So to get your teeth sparkling and super clean, to show their full natural sparkle, start today with Colgate tooth powder and this 2-minute routine.
1.
Brush your teeth night and morning for 2 minutes with Colgate tooth powder.
2.
Be sure to brush all 3 surfaces of your teeth, the biting edge, the inside, and the outside.
3.
And always stroke your brush away from the gums.
Remember, dentists nationwide approve Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine. Remember, too, Colgate tooth powder also freshens and sweetens your breath.
The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Looks like he's been poisoned.
Eddie, my Eddie. Okay, which one of you did it? I've got a gun in this bag that's ready for him.
Mona, wait. You'll only get yourself in trouble.
Listen to what the guy says, Mona.
Unless you don't care if you shoot Mona.
I care, all right. I want to get the guy that did it.
Mona, you're awful sure it was one of us.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Farrell. Mona, you were certainly anxious before to keep us away from Eddie.
You're onto it, Pam. How about it, Mona?
If anybody tries to hang Eddie's murder on me, they'll go right along with him. I loved him.
Now, Mona, don't point that gimmick at me.
Listen to reason, Mona.
I'm listening. Somebody talk.
Pam, I've got an idea.
No tricks now, Mr. North.
What is it, Jerry?
Eddie told me he was going to kill Loopy because Loopy knew he was a convict. And we all know Loopy was in love with Mona.
You mean I killed him? You're off beat, mister.
Not much. You killed him to get a free hand with Mona.
Okay, Loopy. This looks like the last chorus for you.
Jerry, wait. That doesn't make sense.
Now you're in the groove, Mrs. North.
Oh, but it does make sense. Good sense. Sure, Loopy killed him. He hated Eddie.
Don't you move, Farrell. Don't any of you forget this gun.
I'm not forgetting it. But you listen, Mona. You yourself told us that Farrell didn't know that Eddie was an escaped convict.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Pam?
Well, Loopy didn't have to murder Eddie to get him out of the way. He knew Eddie was an escaped convict, and so all he had to do was report him to the police. But Flash, you didn't know that. And so to get Mona away from him, you thought you had to kill him.
That's a lie.
Farrell, you're going after Eddie.
Don't shoot, Mona. Grab him, Loopy. I got him. Me too.
Nice going, Mrs. North. You sure got the power.
Oh, just call me Choo Choo. Oh, Jerry, what a night. Now it's almost dawn.
We'll be home in a moment, darling. And then some sleep.
I could go to sleep right now. Jerry, listen.
It's that clarinet again.
Where's it coming from? Am I dreaming
And
or
so
am I
once
awake?
again, the Early Risers Club greets you with music to put you in tune for the day.
Oh, a disc jockey on the car radio.
And we start as usual with our theme, a recording by Loopy McGee and his clarinet.
Want to hear it, dear?
I do not. Take me home and let me sleep and never dream again.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, brings you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Loveton.
There's a fragrance that men love, so delightful and gay, caressing the skin you bathe with cashmere bouquet. You're enchanting and entrancing with a subtle perfume that whispers of romance in a candlelit room. And it's thrilling to bathe each day with cashmere bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Be sure you join us again next Tuesday when the Norths are pigeonholed by a pigeon, chased by a pair of lovebirds on the wing, and caught by a murderer who has flown the coop. This is Charles Stark speaking.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. Like most people who've spent the summer losing golf balls, finding a suntan, and getting over poison ivy, Ham and Joey North are happy to vacate their vacations and return home at last. And on this September day, as they thread their way through New York City traffic after a long drive from the country, Pamela looks forward to the humble joys of home.
Oh, it's going to be so good to get back to my own little bed again. And a mattress that doesn't go uphill in the middle.
Didn't you like the one at the hotel, dear?
Oh, it was all right, Jerry, but I like a mattress that just lies there and gives in instead of fighting you back in the wrong place.
Well, if I had known that, I'd have given you mine. I had a mattress that was so limp it sagged from the weight of the pillow.
Well, it doesn't really matter now. Now that we're practically home. Oh, which reminds me.
Of what?
As soon as we get to the apartment, we've got to call them.
Who?
The Fergusons.
Who are they?
Don't you remember, darling? That wonderful couple with the ptomaine poisoning? They spent 2 whole weeks at the hotel getting it out of their system.
Well, I must have gotten them out of mine because I don't remember anybody by the name of Ferguson.
Oh, you must, Jerry. He's a tall, good-looking man who dances so well.
I never had the pleasure of dancing with him, dear.
Well, you must have danced with her. Don't you remember the fuss you made over that low-cut evening dress of hers? Never seen anybody stare so.
Oh, Ferguson. Why, of course. Nice fellow.
Yes, wasn't she? Oh, Jerry, look out for that woman.
What woman?
In the red dress. Oh, my glory, you hit her.
Let me go, Pam. I've got to see if she's hurt.
She must be, Jerry. Lying there, she's still. Oh, well.
Quick, I've got to get up to a doctor.
No, I don't need a doctor. The car didn't hit me. I just fell.
I'm terribly sorry, miss. Let me help you out.
No, I don't have to be helped. I'm perfectly all right.
Well, just to be on the safe side, we'll take you home.
Yes, get in the car and we'll drive you right over. Where do you live?
Why, I live... That's funny. I can't remember.
Well, don't worry about it.
Well, if you just give us your name, we'll find out where you live.
But I can't remember my name either.
You don't remember anything?
Well, just that I put on this red dress and... Wait a minute. Somebody was chasing me. Somebody with a gun.
Who?
It's just me. I can't remember.
Not so fast. You seem to forget that I'm a man of considerable weight. Violent exercise doesn't agree with me.
Well, it don't agree with me neither, boys. But if you want to keep track of that dame in a red dress, we better get a move.
I'm moving.
Yeah, but you lost me up with that slow walk of yours. Now I lost the day.
Well, find it again. Be quick about it.
Gee, that's funny. I could have sworn she'd come around this corner. And wait a minute, get back.
You see her?
Yeah. Over there in front of that car, talking to that blonde dame and a guy.
Are you sure that's the girl?
Well, that's the one we've been following from the hotel.
Then keep your eye on her. She's getting into their car. That young lady's worth $1 million to me. Literally $1 million.
Is she worth it dead or alive?
That all depends on what she does. Quick, get a cab. The car she's in is starting up.
Yeah, don't worry.
Don't tell me not to worry. Follow that car and make sure that girl doesn't get to Bottomley's office.
You just leave it to me, boss boy. That girl won't get nowhere.
Still can't remember what your name is or where you live?
Nothing, Mrs. North. My mind is just a blank. Can't remember anything before the accident.
What'd you find in her bag, Pam?
Nothing yet, dear. Still looking.
There must be something in there that'll tell us who she is. If somebody with a gun is after her, we'd better find out in a hurry.
Nothing in here but odds and ends. Lipstick, cigarettes. Wait a minute. Here's something.
What is it?
A hotel key. Room 203, Jason Park Hotel. Does it mean anything to you?
No. No, I don't think so.
Well, we're not going to take any more chances in your life, young lady. As soon as this light changes, we're taking you straight to police headquarters for your own protection.
I think you'd better, Jerry. I've got to see. Golly, where did those shots come from?
I don't know, but I'm getting out of here fast.
Jerry!
What's the matter?
Those shots. They came through the window of the car and then hit her.
What?
Dead, Jerry. She's dead. The shots we heard are the ones that killed her.
All right, Jerry. Now the body's been taken away, you can show me exactly where she was sitting.
Well, we told you, Bill. We were right here in the car waiting for the red light to change.
Uh-huh.
And the woman was nearest to this window.
Then we heard the shot.
And if Pam hadn't told me she'd been hit, I wouldn't have known anything had happened.
Didn't see who fired the shots, of course.
No.
And you don't know the woman's name or who was after her?
No. The only clue we've got is this hotel key.
Uh-huh. Well, hang on to it for a minute until I figure something out.
Bill, let's get over to the Jason Park Hotel and find out what this key means.
Pam, will you let me play detective for a minute? The key won't run away.
But the man who committed the murder will. Why do we have to stay here?
Because I've got some witnesses to question. Now, there are 6 people over there who were on the sidewalk when the shots were fired, and I've got to talk to every one of them.
Well, you talk to the witnesses, and we'll go to the Jason Park Hotel.
That's right.
No, wait a minute. I can't have you running off and getting into trouble.
What's the matter, Bill? Are you afraid we'll find the murderer?
No. I'm afraid he'll find you.
Well, if he does, we'll call the police.
No, Pam, come back
See
here.
you at the hotel, Bill. Room 203.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and get killed. See if I care. But for Pete's sake, be careful.
Here it is, Pam. Room 203.
Well, what should we do? Knock or just use the key?
Well, I'd say knock, but from that look in your eyes, I can tell we're going to use the keys.
Not so loud, Jerry. It's going to sneak in. You better keep it a secret. Well, that's not much of a secret, Jerry.
Darling, I'm not a second-story man. And the door is no help either.
Anybody in there?
Not as far as I can see. The room's in perfect order.
Well, let's go in and disorder it.
See anything?
The bed, and a dresser, and a phone tape. Oh, my goodness, I just remembered. I was supposed to call the Fergusons as soon as we got to New York.
The who?
The Fergusons, Jerry. Don't you remember? Those people with the low-cut evening dress.
Pam, will you stop thinking about evening dresses at a time like this?
I promised we'd call them and make a date.
Well, you can do that later. Now, see if you can find anything that... Uh-oh. Here's something on the dresser.
What?
A picture.
Jerry, it's a picture of the woman who was murdered.
So it is.
Oh, check this in the drawer. A package of letters. And a photostatic copy of a gift certificate.
What's the name on it?
Olivia Ward. The letters are addressed to her, too.
Then that's who the dead woman is, Olivia Ward. We better get hold of Wygant and tell him her name.
Before we open these letters?
Now, Pam, you leave those letters alone.
Yes, I think you'd better.
Huh?
Get your hands up, both of you. I want those letters. And I want that birth certificate, too.
Well, you can't have it.
Can't I? You don't seem to realize that I have a loaded gun in my hand. And I'm not afraid to use it.
To get hold of these letters? Are they that important to you?
That's my business. And I don't like people interfering in it. Now, give me those letters and be quick about it.
No, we're turning these over to the police. They'll be here any minute.
Who are you kidding? What do the police know about this?
More than you think, young lady. And if you don't believe me, just have a look out this window.
What for?
For this.
Let go of me.
Sam, grab a gun.
All right, Jerry, I got it.
Well, don't point at me, dear. Let go of me, you crazy fool. What do you think you're trying to do?
I'm trying to find a murderer. And the way it stands right now, you're a very likely suspect.
Are you out of your mind? I don't even know who's been killed.
Well, then why do you want these letters? What do you know about Olivia Ward?
Olivia Ward?
Yes. She was murdered about an hour ago. And you killed her, didn't you?
Don't be insane. How could I have killed her? I'm Olivia Ward.
Hello, boss. Goodman. Why in the world did you come to my apartment? Didn't I tell you not to let that girl out of your sight?
All right, stop blowing your top, boss. There's no harm done.
No harm done. Suppose that girl goes to Bottomley's office. Suppose she shows him a birth certificate and those letters from her aunt.
Well, if she does, it'll be the trick of the century, boy. She's dead.
Deceased?
Deceased, dead, and laying in the morgue. And the police are out looking for the murderers.
Then, you killed her.
What? Well, why ask personal questions, Mr. Skinner? I was hired to keep that girl away from Bottomley's office, and now that she ain't ever going to get there, my job is done.
But, murder?
Cold-blooded murder.
Well, what difference does it make what the temperature is? I want my dope, Woods. I want it right now.
Before I pay off, I want to make sure you're telling me the truth.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you believe me?
My dear boy, in matters of money, I make it a habit not to believe anybody.
Well, what are you going to do?
Call up the hotel, of course, and check on your story.
Park Jason Hotel.
Room 203, please.
Yes, sir. Room 203. Hello?
Who's this?
Well, it's me. Who's that?
I'm Miss Olivia Ward's attorney, Mr. Bottomley, and it's of the utmost importance that I see her right away. Do you know where I can find her?
Olivia Ward?
Yes.
Well, just a minute.
You see, I told you she was dead.
Be quiet, will you?
Hello?
I wish to speak to Miss Ward, please.
Well, this is Miss Ward.
What?
Is this Mr. Bottomley?
Yes, but excuse me, I can't talk just now. I'll call you back. Confounded Redmond. You did lie to me.
Oh, don't be crazy. She's dead. I tell you, I saw her.
You didn't see Olivia Ward dead. She was just on the phone. You killed the wrong girl.
What?
Come with me. I hate to trust you with a plan that requires intelligence, but I haven't any choice.
What's the plan?
You're going up to Miss Ward's hotel room and tell her you're Mr. Bottomley's chauffeur.
Huh?
I'll be waiting downstairs in the car, and if you can get her to come down there, the rest will be easy. Once I get my hands on Olivia Ward, I'll never let go.
I can't understand it, Mr. North. If that was Mr. Bottomley on the phone, why did he act so strange? Maybe he's a strange man. Well, I've never met him, but he's a well-known lawyer. And if there's something wrong, I want to know what it is.
Easy now, Miss Ward. As soon as Lieutenant Wigan arrives, we'll get to the bottom of this whole thing.
But you don't understand. My life has been threatened. That's why I came in here with a gun. I was afraid I might be killed. You? Why? Because I have a chance of inheriting an enormous fortune. Unless I'm killed before I can prove my identity.
What do you mean?
Well, my aunt was a very rich woman, Mr. North. Her name was Agatha Pierce. And when she died, she didn't leave a will. So her entire estate goes to her nearest of kin.
And that's you?
Well, that's what Mr. Bottomley thinks. That's why he wrote to me out in Seattle and sent me the money to come east. But even out there, I received threatening phone calls. From whom? I don't know. But I was afraid to make that long trip alone, so I brought a friend along.
The woman whose picture you have on your dresser?
Yes.
Miss Ward, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Your friend is dead.
Dead? Yes. She was murdered in our car this afternoon. Oh, no. I just left her here. About an hour ago. Well, she must have gone out after you left. We saw her in the street.
Yes? Is that you, Bill?
No, sir. This is Mr. Bottomley's joke.
Who?
Mr. Bottomley's joke, sir. Is Miss Ward here?
Well...
Open the door, Jack.
All right.
It's Miss Ward and Sir Mr. Bottomley wants to see her right away.
About what?
Well, he says it's dangerous for her to stay here any longer. She might be killed.
By whom?
By the man who tried to kill him. That's why he had to ring off on the phone to save his own life.
Well, where is he now?
He's downstairs in the car, and he's waiting, see? And he wants Miss Ward to come down right away and bring all her identification papers.
All right, I'll go.
Now, wait a minute.
If there ain't time, sir, the killer might be on his way up here right now.
He's right, Mr. North. I can't afford to stay here any longer.
Okay, we'll take you down to the car.
Jerry.
Come on, Pam, we gotta hurry. Have you got your papers, Miss Ward?
Yes, I got them.
Then let's go. The sooner we get out of here...
Wait a second.
What's the matter?
Somebody's coming down the hall. Quick, open the door and get back in the room.
What for?
That guy in the hall. Quick, get back.
What? Why, that's Bill Wigan.
The man you're with is Charlie Redmond. Grab him, Jerry. He's an escaped con. Watch it, Bill. He's trying to get away. Oh, no, you don't. Oh. What's the idea, Socky?
Idea is to keep you quiet for a while until I find out what you're up to.
I'll tell you what he's up to, Bill. Kidnapping Miss Ward. He made believe that he was trying to help her. Jerry.
What?
Miss Ward, she's gone.
Holy mackerel. We've got to find her, Bill, before she gets killed. Who?
There's the woman who was just here. They tried to kill her this afternoon. Only they made a mistake and shot the wrong girl.
She couldn't have disappeared, Pam. She must have taken the elevator at the end of the hall.
No, the back stairs, Jerry. Over there. Open the door, quick.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, who are you?
Why, I'm the manager of this hotel. I just come up the stairway to investigate the disturbance up here.
Well, I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide. Anybody pass you on those stairs?
Why, yes. Miss Olivia Ward. She was going down while I was coming up.
Oh, for goodness sake, why didn't you stop her?
Well, I tried to, madam, but a great big fat man pushed me out of the way. A fat man? Come on, Bill, we gotta find him. Oh, it's no use, sir. They ran out through the lobby and drove off in his car.
Where are you taking me? Why are you driving so fast?
Patience, my dear. We'll be there in a moment now. My summer cabin is just off the main road here. You see? It's back there, amongst the trees. Open.
But why are you taking me to your summer cabin? And why'd you rush me out of the hotel?
Oh, my dear child, I was protecting you from those ruffians in the hallway. They might have harmed you.
What if...
Olivia, please. We're here now. And some of your questions are so fatiguing. I'll answer them when we get inside. This way, please.
No, I'm not going in.
You're not what? Come along, young lady. No time for femininity.
I'm not going in, I tell you.
No? I shall have to offer you a little inducement. Like this done.
Put that down.
I will when you do precisely what I tell you to do. Now, come along this way. Be quick about it.
Very well. You'll have a lot of explaining to do when we get back to New York, Mr. Bottomley.
We're not getting back to New York, my dear. And I hate to disillusion you this great day, but I'm not Mr. Bottomley. I just told you that to keep you quiet on the way.
You didn't.
I'm afraid I did, Miss Ward. You see, I'm rather an evil man.
Oh, no.
My name is Skinner. And your dear departed Aunt Agatha Pierce was a third cousin of mine. Were it not for you, I would be the uncontested next of kin. And the heir to a considerable fortune.
Oh, that's the way it stands.
In a word, yes. Now, get inside. I have a great deal to talk to you about.
Haven't you said enough?
Quiet. I brought you here because deep down in the fatty folds of my heart I have a spark of generosity. I'm willing to let you live.
Live?
On one condition. That you furnish me with the proof of your identity, accept $20,000 in cash, and vanish from the face of this earth forever.
You gave up the million that belongs to me?
Don't be greedy, Miss Ford. Look what greed has done to me. A delicate creature like yourself would be unpalatable.
I won't do it.
You won't give up $1 million for your own life?
No. You wouldn't kill me anyway.
Wouldn't I? One girl has died already for that $1 million. Your death can be taken in stride.
Let me go.
What's your answer, Miss Ward? You do as I tell you?
No, I won't.
And you shall have to suffer the consequences.
Let me go. Let me go.
Well, you miserable little wretch. By instinct, I'm not a violent man.
No.
But through the years, I've learned to overcome my gentle nature.
No. No. No, look.
Step on it, Bill. If Skinner's got that girl up here in his cabin, he'll kill her for sure.
I'm going as fast as I can, Jerry.
Hey, take it easy. There's the turn-off right there.
Oh, gosh. We made that on 2 wheels.
Well, two's better than none. Where's the cabin, Redmond?
Right up ahead in the woods.
You're not kidding us, are you? Because if you're leading us on a wild goose chase, you'll do 10 more years.
Yeah, for what? For what? This is his cabin, I tell you.
There's his car.
All right. And you stay with us. You don't try any tricks. We're all going in here together.
Hurry, Bill. We'll be too late if you don't hurry.
Okay. Let's go. Remember what I told you, Redmond. You try to get away, I'll nail you. All right, Jerry. Open the door. I'm going in first. Right. Who's there? Take your hands off that girl, Skinner, and get him up in the air.
Oh, my throat. He tried to kill me. Oh, I'm glad we got here in time to prevent him.
You, Redmond. You told them where to find me.
Well, I couldn't help it, chum. They was coming to try to great.
Well, I'll give you the phone.
Hey, cut that out. Are you all right, Miss Ward?
Yes, I think so.
Well, I'm sorry I had to go through all this trouble, but you made it easy for us to find out who murdered your friend, Sally Fuller. Mr. Skinner, you're under arrest.
Oh, don't be absurd. You haven't any case against me.
We'll see about that when we get to court.
Now, just a minute. You can't railroad me into a crime I didn't commit. The man who killed Sally Fuller is standing right over there.
Oh, me?
Yes, you, Redmond. You practically admitted it in my apartment this afternoon.
Well, you're full of baloney. I didn't admit nothing.
But you were at the scene of the crime when the murder was committed.
Yeah, and who knows where you was when the murder was committed?
Just a minute. Just a minute. I think we can settle this thing once and for all.
How, Pam?
Through the Fergusons.
Oh, not them again.
Well, I just remembered, Jerry, the Fergusons are related to Miss Ward's aunt.
Agatha Pierce?
Yes. And when Mrs. Ferguson was out in Seattle this summer, she paid a visit to... Oh, come to think of it, she paid a visit to you, Miss Ward. Me? Yes. I think she said you went to a concert together, and... you remember Mrs. Ferguson, don't you? Oh, yes, of course. We did go to a concert.
Oh, for crying out loud, Pam, what in the world has this got to do with the murder of Sally Fuller?
Everything, Bill. Everything. Because Sally Fuller wasn't murdered. This young lady is Sally Fuller. And the dead woman is Olivia Ward. What are you talking about? I'm talking about you, Miss Fuller. You were so anxious to prove your phony identity, you walked right into the trap I set for you.
What trap?
About Mrs. Ferguson. Mrs. Ferguson never went to Seattle, and she isn't related to Agatha Pierce.
Oh, you dirty little skunk.
I'm so sorry, Miss Fuller, but I had to find out what your game was. And now I know. You killed Olivia Ward so you could take her identification papers and impersonate her for $1 million inheritance.
That's a lie.
Is it? The real Olivia Ward would have known that Mrs. Ferguson never took her to a concert this summer. And the real Olivia Ward would have denied it. But you couldn't afford to, because you were afraid it might reveal you as a faker.
Bill, grab her.
Bill, let me go. Let me go.
I'll let you go, all right. But where you're going, you'll never inherit $1 million.
Home at last.
And a pretty grisly-looking sight it is, too. Pamela, dear, did you forget to have the cleaning woman come here during our vacation?
Yes.
And did you forget to cut off the newspapers and the milk and the electricity?
Yes.
You forgot to defrost the refrigerator, too, dear. Looks like the Arctic Ocean in here.
Oh, but it's home, Jerry. And now that we're here, I'm going to call up the Fergusons.
The Fergusons?
Well, I promised to call them as soon as we got in, Jerry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and call them.
Hello? Hello, operator. Operator. Oh, for goodness sake.
What's the matter now?
The phone, Jerry. The only thing I remembered. I had it disconnected when we went away.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Unlike most people, Pam and Jerry North don't consider it a crime to be mixed up in a murder. And in some cases, the mix-up takes place before the murder even happens. For example, let's take a look into a theatrical office in Midtown Manhattan and find out why a popular baritone like Victor Stefano is seeking the advice of his manager, Gilbert Spire.
I tell you, I'm going out of my mind, Gilbert. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't even sing anymore.
Now, calm down a minute.
Calm down, he says. How can I be calm when this hangs over my head like a sword?
Well, just what is the trouble, Victor? What makes you think your wife is trying to murder you, huh?
I told you before. It's the little things. Like her staring at me. Like waking up in the middle of the night and finding her hovering over my bed. I'm afraid to let her out of my sight.
But what has she actually done, eh?
That's just it. Nothing. Nothing I can put my finger on. If I could only catch her at something, my worries would be over. If I could only fathom what is going on in her mind.
Now, look, Victor, you've been working too hard. Too many appearances at the opera, too many concerts.
What has that to do with it? You think I'm imagining all this?
Well, if you seriously think your wife is trying to kill you, why don't you go to the police, eh?
Because there is nothing to tell them. There is no evidence. That is why I thought of the Norths. They might be able to help me.
Mr. and Mrs. North?
Why not? They have had experience in murder cases. Perhaps they can prevent one from taking place.
But you hardly know them, and they've never met your wife.
All the more reason for calling them in. He is a publisher, and I can introduce them to Yvonne without arousing suspicion.
Now, wait a minute, Victor.
No. I can't afford to wait any longer. It may be too late. I'll invite them to my house tonight.
All right. If you want to bring in a couple of amateur detectives, go ahead and invite them. But if I were you, I'd get the police.
Are you sure this is the right apartment, Jerry?
Darling, there's only one Victor Stefano in this building. Although I must say I can't understand why he insisted on inviting us over here. I hardly know the man.
Well, aren't you going to publish his memoirs or something?
I will if he'll write them, but the last time I broached the subject, he...
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
How do you do?
I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure of meeting you, Mrs. Stefano. I'm Jerry North.
Who?
Jerry North. And this is Mrs. North.
How do you do, Mrs. Stefano? How do you do?
Well, shall we go in?
In where?
Inside. I mean, we're Mr. and Mrs. North. Weren't you expecting us?
Oh, no. Mr. Stefano didn't say a thing. Oh, now, isn't that just like a man? He invites people over for an evening and then forgets to tell you about it. Jerry does it all the time.
Oh, wait, Mrs. North.
Oh, wait?
Yes, I'd rather you wouldn't go in just now. The place is a mess. Can't we make it some other time?
Oh, but Mr. Stefano insisted on our coming tonight.
Oh, that's strange. He's not home.
Well, for Pete's sake.
I'd ask you to come in, but I'm late for an engagement downtown, and I still have to dress.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Well, we'll just forget about the whole thing.
Well, I'm terribly embarrassed.
Oh, don't be silly. We don't mind. Come along, Jerry.
Oh, yes.
Good night, Mr. North.
Good night, Mr. Stefano. Nice to have met you. I don't get it, Pam. I don't get it at all.
What, dear? The fact that Mr. Stefano wasn't in?
No, the fact that you insisted on coming back home.
Oh.
Any other night, you'd have tried to make a big mystery out of something like this.
Well, it is a mystery in a way. But it seems so personal, I didn't think we had a right to investigate it. Besides, I just know that Mrs. Stefano is innocent.
Innocent of what?
Anything.
Well, I don't know who's responsible for the mix-up, but I had a feeling she was lying to us all the time we were at the door.
That's why I believed in her. She lied so badly.
Hmm?
Well, isn't it true, Jerry? Bad liars are usually nice people.
Sorry, but I don't follow that one. And if I... Uh-oh, there's a telegram on the floor.
Oh, who's it from?
Wait a second now, and I'll see. Well, here's the answer to the mystery. Please cancel engagement for tonight. Wife has theater date and can't be home. We'll call you tomorrow morning, signed Victor Stefano.
Well, I knew it'd be something like that. Only Mr. Stefano should have called up instead of sending us a telegram.
Maybe he did while we were out to dinner. I'll get it, dear. Hello. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Something on your mind?
Well, it isn't exactly a blank. Say, how soon can you and Pam get up to the Lordo Apartments?
Lordo Apartments? Why, we were just up there to see Victor Stefano.
That's why I'm calling you, Jerry. Victor Stefano is dead.
What?
He was murdered less than an hour ago.
What's the story, Bill? How did it happen?
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to find out.
What are you acting so mysterious about? Is he still there?
No, the body's been removed. But he was murdered in this apartment.
Oh, Bill, when? Who killed him? Have you got any leads?
Now, Pam.
But we have to know, Bill. We were here before, and we... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody else was here.
Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Gilbert Spire, Mr. Stefano's manager.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do,
Yes, how do you do? I'm glad you were able to get here, Mr. North. Although I don't understand why you weren't here before.
But we were.
When? I told you on the phone. We were here just before you called up.
Are you sure you were in this apartment, Mr. North?
Why, of course. Mrs. Stefano answered the door.
Oh, she did she? What'd she say to you?
Well, she acted very peculiar, Bill. She wouldn't let us in.
Did she say why?
Well, she... Bill, what is this? Why are you cross-examining us? Don't you believe we were here?
Of course they weren't, Lieutenant. I told you they were lying.
What?
I don't know what they're trying to do, but it's a good thing you had me waiting in the other room to hear their story.
What story?
This lie you're telling about being here talking to Mrs. Stefano.
Yes. Why are you lying, Mr. North?
Who's lying? If you don't think we're telling the truth, just get Mrs. Stefano and we'll prove it.
Mrs. Stefano? Are you crazy? I am Mrs. Stefano.
Now, wait a minute. If this woman is Mrs. Stefano, who's the one who answered the door for us?
That is what I would like to know. How did she get into this apartment, and what was she doing here?
Well, it's beginning to look as if she was here to murder your husband, Mrs. Stefano.
Oh, now, Bill, don't jump to conclusions. I'm sure that sweet little girl had nothing to do with it. She couldn't have.
Why not, Mrs. North?
This may sound silly to a man who manages business affairs, but there was something about her, Mr. Spire. Something very soft and frightened, like Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, there was, Bill. She had such a gentle expression and such big, open eyes.
Anything like the ones in this picture, Pam?
Oh, what picture?
The one I found in this locket. Here, take a look.
Why, Bill, that's her. Whose locket is this?
Hers, I imagine. Found it right here in the apartment.
Just a minute, Lieutenant. I know who this woman is.
Who?
Mr. Spider's secretary, Sally Ford.
What?
Well, that's her picture, Gilbert. And if she was in this apartment tonight, she must have killed my husband.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Stefano? What do you know about Sally Ford?
A great deal more than I want to know.
Now, Mrs. Stefano, please.
Well, why conceal it, Gilbert? Everybody knows what has been going on.
Everybody but me. All I've heard is her name.
Well, I wish I had never heard it. She did everything she could to come between Mr. Stefano and me.
Oh, it wasn't as bad as all that, Ivan?
Wasn't it? Are you going to stand there and deny there wasn't anything between them?
Well, it might have been a harmless flirtation, perhaps, but certainly nothing more.
Oh, how can you say that, Gilbert? I threatened to leave him if he did not give her up. And this morning he said he was going to.
Well, that's how it happened. She came over here tonight, and he told her he was through, so she killed him.
No, I won't believe it. Just because you found her locket in this apartment
I didn't find it in the apartment, Pam. I found it in Mr. Stefano's hand when I examined the body.
Well, that doesn't mean that she killed him.
Doesn't it? Now, look at the way this chain's broken. It was torn from her neck during a struggle. Stefano reached out and grabbed this locket in an effort to protect himself, and that's the last thing he ever did.
Bill, are you sure you won't reconsider before Miss Ford answers her doorbell? After all, arresting an innocent woman...
She's not an innocent woman, Pam. And it won't do any good to tell me about Red Riding Hood.
But if you make a false arrest...
Pam, will you let the poor man alone?
Yes?
Miss Ford?
Yes?
Don't be afraid, Miss Ford. You remember us, don't you?
Oh, no.
I wouldn't try that if I were you. Trying to slam the door won't help your case any, Miss Ford. I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Well, what do you want of me?
I want you to come down to headquarters for questioning. I'm taking you in on suspicion of murder.
But I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. He was dead when I got there.
Who? Don't you know who I was talking about?
Well, I knew he was dead. I admit that much.
And you better come with me and admit the rest of it.
No, wait. I had no reason to kill Mr. Stefano. I was very close to him.
Perhaps a little too close. Get your things, Miss Ford. You're going to be gone for some time.
But you're not even listening to me. Won't you give me a chance to explain?
Sure, go ahead. What's your alibi?
Well, I haven't got an alibi.
Hey, you see, Bill?
See what?
A good murderess would have one.
Who said she was a good murderess?
I'm not one at all.
Then what were you doing in Mr. Stefano's apartment tonight? How'd you happen to be there just about the time of the murder?
He sent for me. I mean, he left a message for me to come there. But he was dead when I opened the door.
Is that why you didn't call the police?
Well, I was so frightened, I didn't know what to do, and then the doorbell rang.
Was that us?
Yes. I didn't know who you were, and I was afraid you'd think I had something to do with the murder. So I didn't let you in.
But you could have told us you weren't Mrs. Stefano.
Well, I didn't want to get involved with the police.
Then you should have picked up this locket before you left the apartment.
Where did you get that?
I found it in Mr. Stefano's hand. He tore it from your neck just before you killed him.
No, somebody put it there. Somebody's trying to frame me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Ford. You're in this deep enough already.
Hey, what's going on here?
Dick, you keep out of this, please.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
Dick Ford.
He's my brother. But he doesn't know anything about
The
it.
heck I don't. You're on the wrong track, copper. Sally didn't murder Mr. Stefano.
How do you know?
Because I did it. Myself.
Dick, what do you say?
I killed him. I did it to get even with him for the way he was treating you.
Dick.
I know it was a crazy thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to beat him up.
And what happened?
He reached for a gun, and I grabbed hold of his arm. We fought for a minute, but he pulled the trigger before I could get the gun out of his hand. Bullet went right through him.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, but you can't protect your sister with a story like that.
What do you mean? I killed him in self-defense.
Oh, sure. You shot him with his own gun. Only he wasn't shot, Mr. Ford. He was stabbed.
It's no use, Pam. Bill's got an airtight case against her, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I'm not going to let her spend the night in jail just because he arrested her. I just know she's innocent.
Well, I don't. That brother of hers looks like a cutthroat that probably runs in the family.
Oh, don't be silly, Jerry. She isn't anything like her brother.
All right. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Now let's go home and get some sleep. We've been walking all over the city of New York.
Oh, but it's so nice out, Jerry. Let's just walk a little while longer.
What for? Where are you taking me to?
Oh, no place.
No place, huh? Isn't that Mr. Stefano's apartment house on the corner?
Oh, is it?
As if you didn't know. What's the idea of dragging me back here? What are you up to now?
Well, so much has been left undone, Jerry. I mean, there's no actual proof that Sally's the one who...
What's the matter?
Over there at the side entrance of the building. That Mrs. Stefano?
It is, at that. I wonder what she's doing there.
Well, let's ask her. Mrs. Stefano! Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Stefano. Don't run away.
Oh, that's funny. She ducked into that alley as soon as you called her.
Do you think she heard me?
Of course she did. Quick, let's follow her.
Oh, into that dark alley?
It probably leads to the basement of the building. Come on, dear. We'll lose her if we don't hurry. Easy now. She must be around here somewhere.
Jerry. Sort of creepy in here. Nothing but dark walls to look at.
Well, don't look at the walls, dear. Look for Mrs. Stefano.
She could be lurking behind any one of them. Oh, golly, what was that?
I'm sorry I bumped into an ash can.
Well, I wish you'd tell me when you're going to do things like that. I thought I was dead. Mrs. North. Good heaven. It's me, Mrs. North. Mrs. Stefano.
Well, what are you trying to do? Scare the life out of her?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to frighten you. What did you mean to do? Why did you run away from us just now?
Well, I got a call to come downstairs. Just now, a man with a mysterious voice called up and told me to meet him here.
Just now?
Yes. He said he'd kill me if I told anyone about it. So I was afraid to speak to you.
Where is this man?
I don't know.
Sounds awfully phony to me.
Me, too. That phone call probably was a trick to get you out of the house. Somebody wanted to be in your apartment while you weren't there.
What for?
I don't know, but we better get right upstairs and find out.
Anybody inside, Jerry?
I don't see anybody.
Well, let's look around.
My goodness. What's that? Sounds like there's somebody in the kitchen.
Wait. I'll go see.
Here, this way, Mr. North. The pantry door's right over here.
Can you see through the glass?
Just about. There's a man in there fiddling around with the refrigerator.
What's he doing?
Holy mackerel, it's Dick Ford, the girl's brother.
Open the door, quick.
All right, just let me get my hand on something solid and I will. Now stand back. Stay where you are, Mr. Ford.
What?
Stay where you are, I said, or I'll hit you over the head with this chair.
I wasn't doing anything.
No? What'd you come here for? And why'd you call up Mrs. Stefano and threaten to kill her?
Because I wanted to search this apartment.
Search it for what?
Evidence. Somebody's trying to frame my sister. And I've got to prove she didn't do it.
Well, that's no excuse for threatening my life.
Maybe it isn't. But I'm glad I came here just the same. Look what I found behind the stove, Mr. North.
What?
The murder weapon. All wrapped up in some newspapers. With a pair of blood-stained gloves.
Let me see those gloves.
Just a minute, Mrs. Stefano. I'll take those gloves.
But they're mine.
You bet your life they're yours. They've got your initials on them.
Then Mrs. Stefano is the one
no, I didn't.
We'll see about that, Mrs. Stefano. At police headquarters.
Yes?
Mr. and Mrs. North are here to see you, Lieutenant.
Okay, send him in.
You want me to go, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. Stay where you are, Mr. Spire. The Norths will be interested to know what you've been telling me about Mrs. Stefano and her husband's suspicions about her. At least it explains why...
Bill, I've got to talk to you, Bill.
Oh, well, what's all the excitement about, Jerry?
We've got the murderer.
Oh, really?
We have, Bill. She's right outside.
You mean she's downstairs in a nice little cell? I've got Miss Sally Ford under lock and key.
Oh, well, you just better let her out, because she didn't commit the murder. It was Mrs. Stefano.
What? Mrs. Stefano?
That's right, Bill. We've got the murder weapon and the gloves she wore when she used it. Here, look.
Hey, what kind of gag is this?
No gag. Dick Ford found this package behind the stove in Mrs. Stefano's apartment.
Well, he must have planted it there himself, the crazy fool. This isn't the murder weapon.
How do you know?
Because I've got the murder weapon right here in my desk. I've had it there for some time.
Are you sure it's the right one?
Well, of course I'm sure. I found it myself, didn't I?
Where? How do you know it's the one that killed Mr. Stefano?
Oh, I know, all right. Because I found it in Mr. Stefano's body.
I don't understand it. I just don't understand it, Bill.
Well, you would if you'd stop trying to defend the wrong person. You see, Pam, the murder weapon isn't a knife. It's a letter opener with a steel blade 5 inches long. And now that I've had time to make a few inquiries, I found out who it belongs to.
Who?
Mr. Spire's secretary, Sally Ford. Isn't that right, Mr. Spire?
Now, just a moment, Lieutenant. I never made any such statement. I told you Miss Ford had a letter opener like the one you've got there, but I didn't say that one was hers.
Well, it is just the same. Her fingerprints were all over it.
But what about the knife and the blood-stained gloves?
Yeah, they were just plants, dear. Dick Ford was trying to frame Mrs. Stefano for the sake of her sister.
Exactly.
Well, I still don't believe that Sally did it.
Well, if you need personal proof, I think I can give it to you. You'll see in just a moment. Tom.
Yes, sir.
Send Miss Sally Ford in here, will you? I'd like to speak to her.
Yes, sir.
Bill, what are you up to?
Well, I don't usually do things like this, Pam. But just to convince you and Mr. Spire that Sally is guilty, I'm going to confront her with a murder weapon and let you watch her reaction.
I don't get it, Bill. What'll her reaction prove?
Plenty, I think. If she's innocent, she should have no reaction at all.
And if she's guilty?
If she's guilty, Mr. Spire, this letter opener will make her very uncomfortable. In fact, it might even drive her into a confession.
Oh, she won't react to that letter opener at all.
Won't she?
No, because it isn't hers, and she didn't kill Mr. Stefano.
Oh, she's at the door.
You wanted to see me, Lieutenant?
Yes, come in, Miss Ford. How do you feel?
All right, I guess. You letting me go?
Why, no. I just wanted to ask a few more questions.
About what?
About this letter opener, Miss Ford.
Good heavens.
Do you happen to know who it belongs to?
Where did you get that?
That's my question, Miss Ford. Do you know who it belongs to?
Yes, it belongs to me.
I thought so.
But what's it doing here? How did you get hold of it?
I got hold of it when the medical examiner removed it from Mr. Stefano's body.
No.
Don't say no, Miss Ford. It's the weapon that was used to commit the murder, and you're the one who used it.
No, I didn't. I haven't seen that letter opener for over a week. It's been missing from my desk.
Can you prove that?
Well, I can't actually prove that it was missing, but it was. Don't you see I'm being framed by the one who stole it?
I don't see anything of the kind. And if you can't prove what you say, you'll go to the chair for the murder of Victor Stefano.
I won't, I tell you.
Oh, Bill, she got the letter opener. Here, you put that down.
Stay where you are.
Put it down,
Oh.
I said.
My head.
Well, that's better. Now sit down and behave yourself. Now, Pam, are you satisfied?
Completely, Bill. Now I know she didn't do it.
What?
You proved it yourself by what you just did.
I don't follow you.
Well, it's simple, Bill. When she came at you with that letter opener, what did you do?
Reached out for a hand, of course.
Well, exactly. And that's what any man would have done, including Mr. Stefano.
I still don't follow you.
But we'll figure it out, Bill. Your whole case against Sally is based on the fact that her locket was found in the dead man's hand. And according to your theory, Mr. Stefano ripped it from her neck when she came at him with a letter opener.
Well, what about it?
Well, don't you understand, Bill? When somebody rushes at you with a knife or a letter opener, you don't reach for any lockets. You reach for the hand that's about to kill you.
Hey, then the locket was planted in Mr. Stefano's hand after he was murdered.
Why, of course it was. It was planted there by the real murderer.
And the real murderer invited Miss Ford to Stefano's apartment so she could take the blame for it.
Then I was framed.
Every step of the way. By the only one who could frame you.
Who?
Oh, don't you know, Mr. Spire? Or were you too busy noticing Miss Ford's reactions to the letter opener? Too busy to notice your own.
I beg your pardon?
Your little trap worked, Bill. Only it worked on Mr. Spire instead of Miss Ford. He was scared to death she wouldn't react properly.
That's a lie. You can't prove anything against me. I had no reason for killing Stefano. He was my best client.
And you took him for plenty, Mr. Spire. As his business manager, you were in charge of all his financial affairs, and you could use his money whatever way you pleased.
Don't be a fool.
Don't you be one. What I'm saying is the truth. Mr. Stefano suspected you of misusing his money, and he told me so. He told me he was going to ask you for an exact accounting.
And you were afraid to face that accounting. So you killed him and framed your own secretary.
Watch him, Bill.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting out of here just yet, Mr. Spire.
You let me go.
Not for a long time, Mr. Spire. Not until we've had a chance to take your fingerprints and see that they match the ones on the inside of this locket. Come with me, Mr. Spire. You're going to have your picture taken. Well, Pam, your hunch about Miss Ford was absolutely right. Spire's the guilty man, and his account books furnish the motive. He swindled Stefano out of almost half his property.
Oh. Well, Pam's hunches are always right, Bill.
Oh, not always, dear.
Well, almost. You know, I don't know why I bother about clues and things when you're around. I should just blindfold you and let you point to the murder.
Oh, I don't think I'd have pointed to Mr. Spire, Bill. Not until you twisted that letter opener out of Sally's hand. Now that's another reason I knew she was innocent from the very beginning.
What?
Her hands. They were so soft and attractive.
Yes, they were sort of pretty, weren't they?
Hmm?
Yeah, sort of small and dainty, like a little girl's.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know that you'd taken to noticing other women's hands, Jerry.
Well, I didn't really notice them, darling. I was just following one of your hunches.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In the solemn atmosphere of a New York courtroom, far from the comfortable life of Pam and Jerry North, another drama from life is reaching its climax.
The defendant will rise.
A handsome, well-dressed man, fighting hard to conceal his nervousness, leaves his chair and faces the judge.
It is the sentence of this court that you, Charles Wyatt, having been convicted of fraud, be confined to the state penitentiary for a term of not less than 5 and not more than 10 years.
Yes, one drama is over. But as Gordon Ross, Charles Wyatt's attorney, gets to his feet, another drama is just commencing.
Your Honor, I petition that my client be admitted to bail pending an appeal of his conviction.
If there's no objection from the state, petition is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is adjourned.
5 to 10 years. Now listen, Charles, everything's going to be all right. I seem to have heard that one before. We're not through yet, Charles. We'll win on the appeal, I'm sure of it. You were sure I'd never be caught in the first place. Now keep your voice down, Charles. Someone will hear you. You're absolutely right. Someone will hear me. If my conviction isn't reversed on the appeal. And that someone will be the district attorney, Gordon. He'll hear how you were in this just as deep as I was. We can't talk here, Charles. Come up to my hotel. I can't come now. Being my wife in a half hour at the Circle Lounge. Well, that's only a few blocks from the King William. I'm in room 251. Make it about 7:30. I'll be there. And meanwhile, Gordon, remember what I said. If I go to prison, I'm taking you with me.
I'm sorry, dear, but I absolutely have to see this man Hobbs tonight. He's an important writer, and...
Oh, can't you see him tomorrow, Jerry?
Well, he's leaving town first thing in the morning.
What about our theater tickets, darling? We've been looking forward to seeing...
Now, don't get excited, dear. We can still go to the play.
How?
I've got it all figured out. We'll leave home a little early. I'll stop and talk to Hobbs. Then we'll go on to the theater.
Well, where do you have to meet Mr. Hobbs?
At his hotel, the King William. It'll work out just right.
If you say so, dear, all right. But I have a strange feeling that this evening is getting off on the wrong
foot. Order me another drink, Charles.
Look, Helen.
Another drink, please.
Very well. Another martini for Mrs. Wyatt, George.
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't look so disapproving. You won't be buying me martinis or anything else much longer.
That's about all my going to prison means to you, isn't it, Helen?
It isn't my fault that you got yourself in this stupid jam.
Why do you think I listened to Gordon Ross? Why do you think I went along with his plan to fleece a bunch of poor dopes?
Charles,
because you were never satisfied with what we had. You always had to have more and more and more.
I've heard enough.
Perhaps, Helen. But you haven't heard the big news yet.
What are you talking about?
Everything we have is going to go.
Go?
satisfy the stockholders of the Wyatt Investment Company. The house, the car, your jewelry. Yes, even most of your clothes.
Why?
Martini, Mrs. Wyatt.
I don't want it.
Drink it, Helen. You look like you need it.
Well, Charles, where does this leave me?
It leaves you with absolutely nothing, Helen.
Let's get out of here.
All right. Do at Gordon's Hotel in a few minutes anyway.
You want me to drive you there?
No, thanks. I'll walk. I'd better enjoy the fresh air while I still can.
Very funny. Your sense of humor is...
What's the matter?
We seem to have company again. Look over there.
Grimes. Wait here, Helen.
Good evening, Mr. Wyatt.
Just exactly what's the idea, Grimes?
The idea, Mr. Wyatt, of what?
Now following me around. This has been going on for weeks.
Does it bother you to have me follow you around, Mr. Wyatt?
Yes.
Good. It kind of bothered me when the Wyatt Investment Company robbed me of every cent I had in the world.
Now, see here.
My wife is sick, Mr. Wyatt, real sick. She needs medicine, doctors, nurses. But they cost money. And I haven't got any money because
I'm warning you, Grimes. Leave me alone.
If my wife dies, Mr. Wyatt, her blood will be on your hands.
Shut
You'll
up.
be a murderer. That's what you'll be. And you...
You old fool. I ought to...
You shouldn't have hit me, Mr. Wyatt.
For heaven's sake, Charles, what's going on?
I lost my temper for a moment.
Aren't things bad enough without getting involved in a street brawl? Come on.
All right.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Wyatt.
What time is it, darling?
Just 7:30.
That only gives us an hour to get to the theater.
Now, don't worry, dear. I'll take only a few minutes with Hobbs, and we'll go... Oh, here we are. Down this way.
Down that way?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jerry, there's room 251 right across the hall.
But Hobbs isn't in room 251.
Oh, that's what the desk clerk said.
Oh, no, I distinctly heard him say 215.
This is silly.
It certainly is.
While we're standing here arguing, we could try both the rooms.
Then let's do it.
251 first.
All right, but I know Hobbs is in 215. No one there.
Knock again, dear.
But, Pam, Hobbs is expecting me, so if it were his room, he'd be in there, and that's...
The door isn't closed tight.
Now, listen, I'm positive that Hobbs is in room 2... Pam, what are you doing?
I know I'm right, Jerry. I'm just going to push open the door a crack and peek
Now,
in.
stop that. I'm telling you, this isn't Hobbs' room.
Jerry,
What's the matter?
there's a man in there lying on the floor.
On the floor?
Look.
Come on.
Oh, Jerry. Is he...
With this knife in his back? Yes, dear. He's dead.
Jerry, is this the writer you were coming to see?
Hobbs? No.
We better call the police.
I'll try to get Bill Wagon, then call the hotel manager.
Jerry, did you hear that?
Yes.
Sounded like someone locked that door over there.
This must be a suite of rooms.
And that's the connecting door.
Let's try it.
Sure, there's someone in there.
Yeah, the door's locked.
Come on.
Where are you going?
Out in the hall and try the other door to that room.
But, Pam. All right, but I think we should call Bill instead.
Locked, too.
Then let's quit this running around and...
Jerry, if there's someone in there...
If there's someone in there, we'll let the police deal with them. Now, let's get back in the other room and call Bill.
All right. Oh, I had a feeling something would happen so that we wouldn't... Jerry, look.
What?
The connecting door's open now. There was someone in there.
But not now. And there isn't anyone in here, either.
Hmm?
Look at the floor, dear.
The body. It's gone. But, Jerry, I don't understand what you're doing.
Look, whoever in that other room picked up the body.
Yes,
And the
I
only
know.
possible way they could get out without being seen is down these back stairs to the alley.
Well, this is the ground floor.
And that must be the door to the alley.
You see anyone?
Look,
A car.
Come on.
It's pulling away.
Hey, you stop! Stop!
Oh, it's gone.
15436315436.
What are you doing, Jerry?
The license number of that car. It's 15436.
Charlie, stop!
Holy smoke.
Oh.
Whoever's driving that car was in a big hurry.
Oh, he almost hit you. Jerry, do you suppose that car could have been following the first one?
I don't know. But let's get back in the hotel and call the police. This is getting to be too much for me.
Did I give you a lift back to town, Mr. Ross?
Who are you?
My name is Grimes.
Grimes?
Fred Grimes.
Oh, yes. Charles told me about you. You're the man who...
I left my car running right over there. It's pretty old. It isn't anything like the one you just pushed into the bay, but... mighty lonely spot. You'd never get a taxi.
What are you doing here?
I was at your hotel. I saw what you put in that car. Why did you kill him, Mr. Ross?
I didn't kill him.
No need to get excited, Mr. Ross. A knife in the back wasn't any more than Charles Wyatt deserved. And the bottom of the bay is as good a grave as any for his kind.
What do you want, Grimes?
Suppose we talk about that on the way back to town. It's kind of chilly out here.
All right, let's go.
Here we are. Get in, Mr. Ross. You know, Mr. Ross, I lost nearly $10,000 in Mr. Wyatt's company. I never thought I'd see a dime of it again. But now...
If you think you're going to get $10,000 out of me, Grimes, you're as crazy as Wyatt told me you were.
Murder's a mighty serious crime, Mr. Ross.
But I didn't kill Wyatt.
Think the police will believe that if I tell them what I saw? Of course you don't.
All right, Grimes. How much will it take to keep quiet?
I told you I lost nearly $10,000.
I haven't got that kind of money. I'll give you $5,000, not a penny more.
$5,000 isn't...
Take it or leave it, Grimes. I mean it.
All right, Mr. Ross. I'll take it.
And that's all you'll ever get, you understand? I'm warning you, Grimes, you will push me too far. What's so funny?
I was just thinking, you're the second man who's warned me tonight. Mr. Wyatt was the first. And look where he is.
Wagon speaking. Oh, you've checked that license number? Okay, give me the registration.
What time is it now, Jerry?
Right?
Nearly 9:30.
Play's been on an hour.
Oh, I
For heaven's sake, Pam, forget the play. I haven't even had a chance to go down the hall and talk to Hobbs.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Well, we know who that car was registered to.
Who, Bill?
A man named Charles Wyatt.
Who's he?
Well, this is who he is, right here on the front page of tonight's paper.
Investment broker gets 5 to 10 years for fraud.
Are you sure this is the same Charles Wyatt, though?
Positive. This suite belongs to his attorney, Gordon Ross.
I wonder if it was Gordon Ross's body we saw.
Well, it could have been, I suppose, but that's...
No, it wasn't, Bill.
Well, how do you know, Jerry?
Here's a picture of Charles Wyatt on the second page.
Oh, let's see. Jerry's right, Bill. This is the man whose body we saw.
You sure?
No question about it.
Well, at least we know who was killed, even if we don't know who killed him. Come along.
Where, Bill?
I'm going over to Charles Wyatt's home, and I want you two with me.
Hello?
Hello, Helen. This is Gordon. Is Charles there?
Charles? No. Isn't he with you?
He left my hotel some time ago. He said he was going home to pack.
Pack? What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you knew. Charles told me he's clearing out, jumping his bail and running away rather than go to prison.
What kind of a story are you trying to hand me, Gordon?
What do you mean?
Charles isn't the kind of man who'd run away, and you know it.
You think I'm lying?
Yes.
Why should I?
I don't know, but there's someone at the door. I'll call you back. Are you at the hotel?
No, I'd better call you.
Well?
Are you Mrs. Wyatt? Mrs. Charles Wyatt?
Yes.
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Homicide?
I want to talk to you. Come on, Pam, Jerry.
After you, dear.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Mrs. Wyatt. Your husband is dead.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
I'm
what
sorry,
happened
but
to him? Where is he?
Mr. and Mrs. North here saw him in a room at the King William Hotel. But a moment later, someone carried his body out.
So that's it.
What do you mean, Mrs. Wyatt?
Gordon Ross, Charles's lawyer, just called. He tried to tell me that Charles had run away.
Where was Ross calling from?
I don't know. His office, maybe. It's in the Colfax building.
Well, I'm going to get down there right away. I want to have a chat with Mr. Gordon Ross.
Do you want us to come too, Bill?
No, that won't be necessary.
Then I want to get back to the King William and see Hobbs, Pam. Come on.
I'll be back after I've seen Ross, Mrs. Wyatt.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll wait for you. Gordon Ross, that... Hello?
Mrs. Wyatt?
Who's this?
Fred Grimes.
What do you want?
Maybe I just called to offer my condolences.
How do you know about Charles?
But on the other hand, maybe I called to talk business.
Business?
Insurance business. Your husband must have carried quite a lot of insurance, Mrs. Wyatt.
What's that to you?
A lot of insurance you'll never collect unless his body is recovered.
Do you know where Charles is?
That depends on whether he had enough insurance to make it worthwhile.
Would you consider $75,000 worthwhile?
Suppose you come here and talk to me about that, Mrs. Wyatt. My address is in the phone book.
I can't come tonight.
You'd better, Mrs. Wyatt. When a man gets my age, his memory sort of goes back on him. By morning, I might have forgotten where your husband is.
Want me to run you back to the King William, Jerry?
No, thanks, Bill. That'd take you out of your way.
We'll catch a taxi.
Okay. Be seeing you.
Right, Bill. Well, come on, dear. I think we'll stand a better chance of catching a cab over... Hey, wait.
Jerry, what's
Quick,
that?
duck in here.
What in the world?
Look who just passed.
Jerry, that's Mrs. Wyatt.
Right.
But she told Bill she'd wait for him.
Yes, and I'm rather interested in what made her change her mind. Let's see if we can find out where she's going. Come on.
All right, coming. Well, Mrs. Wyatt, you...
Mr. Ross.
Hello, Grimes.
What do you want?
You weren't expecting me, were you?
Well,
No, you thought I was Mrs. Wyatt.
You old... Let go of me. Let go.
What's Mrs. Wyatt coming here for? Answer me.
Nothing.
You're lying. You're going to tell her where Wyatt is.
No.
When I warned you not to try to push me too far, Grimes, I meant that to include not trying to double-cross me.
What are you going to do with that gun?
I'm going to save myself $5,000.
No.
You're old enough to die without missing anything, Grimes?
Don't kill me. Please. Please don't kill me. Please, Mr. Ross. You've got to listen to me.
I'll listen to you once tonight, Grimes. That's enough for one evening. For the rest of my life, in fact.
But you...
That'll be Helen Wyatt. Open the door and let her in.
No,
Open it. Go on.
Well, Mr. Grimes.
Hello, Helen.
Oh. Hello, Gordon.
Close the door, Grimes. Lock it.
What's he doing here, Mr. Grimes?
Look, Mrs. Wyatt,
Lock the door, Grimes.
The police are looking for you, Gordon.
The police? Why are they looking for me?
They want you for Charles's murder.
Charles's murder? Is Charles dead? My house, sir.
Oh, drop the act, Gordon. He was killed in your room, and a man and his wife named North saw the body.
Well, if they saw Charles's body, then where is it? You see, Helen, it's difficult to prove murder without producing a victim. Especially when the alleged victim had every reason to disappear on his own volition.
But Grimes knows where Charles's body is.
Do you, Grimes? Obviously, he hasn't the slightest idea what you're talking about, Helen.
You seem to have persuaded him quite effectively with that revolver you have in your hand. Well, I have an argument, too, Gordon. It's right here, in my pocket.
Put down that gun, Helen, or I'll...
You'll what, Gordon? Kill me? Well, before you try it, you want to be very sure that I don't take you with me.
This is the top floor, Pam. Mrs. Wyatt must be up here. It's the only place she could be.
There's only one door up here, Jerry.
And that's it.
Now listen, Helen.
Charles' turn to do the listening, Gordon.
It's Mrs. Wyatt.
Is there a doorbell?
No.
Well, then knock. We've got to find out. I don't hear anything, do you?
No, I haven't heard
Come
it.
back here,
Wait.
Gordon. Come back.
Jerry!
There's a gunshot.
Try the door.
It's locked. Open up. Open up in there.
Someone's unlocking the door.
Mrs. Wyatt.
Jerry, look. Over by the window.
He was trying to get away. I shot him.
Who is it?
Gordon Ross.
And who are you?
My name's Grimes. Fred Grimes.
Ross. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, just my shoulder.
We better get a doctor.
And the police, too, Mr. North. Gordon Ross murdered my husband.
That's not true.
It is. You were afraid Charles would tell how you were implicated in the investment company fraud, so you killed him.
No.
And then you got rid of his body so it would look like Charles ran away.
I was the one who carried Charles out of the hotel, yes, but I didn't kill him. He was dead when I came into my room.
Then why didn't you call the police?
I was afraid that my part in the fraud would come out.
What'd you do with Wyatt's body?
He dumped it in the bay.
How do you know, Mr. Grimes?
I saw him. I was at the hotel. I saw him put the body in Wyatt's car. I followed him out to an old fishing dock on Staten Island. He pushed the car off the end of the dock.
You better try to get in touch with Wagon, Pam.
All right, Jerry.
Now, wait. What was Grimes doing at the hotel tonight? Have you thought of that? He hated Charles. He's been hounding him for weeks. He could have killed him. I could have, but I didn't. After I saw him and Mrs. Wyatt outside the Circle Lounge, I followed him when he walked over to the King William Hotel, and that's the last I saw of him.
Wait a minute. You say Charles Wyatt walked from the Circle Lounge to the King William, Grimes?
Yes.
And where'd you go, Mrs. Wyatt?
I came straight home.
Well, if you came straight home and your husband walked to the hotel, how did Gordon Ross get hold of your husband's car?
I took Charles's car keys and went out looking for it. The car was parked outside the hotel.
But how did it get there? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I see what you mean, Jerry. If Charles Wyatt walked to the hotel, then someone else must have driven the car and left it there.
And logically, who would that have been? You, Mrs. Wyatt.
If you're trying to say that I killed Charles, you're crazy. I had no reason to kill him.
How about his insurance?
Well, Mrs. Wyatt?
No, I didn't kill Charles.
Then how do you explain your car being at the hotel?
I don't know.
Look out, Jerry.
Come back here.
She's trying to get out the window. Grab her.
I've got her.
Let me go. I don't want to live anymore. I just want to die.
Come away from that.
There. Put the window down.
Why did you stop me? What's left for me? I'm going to lose everything, my house, my jewelry.
So you did kill your husband for his insurance.
I had to, don't you understand? I had to. My whole life was going to be ruined. Charles's insurance was all that was left. That was my only chance. So I followed Charles to Gordon's room and I had to do it.
Why did you leave the car at the hotel?
When I left the hotel, I couldn't find my keys. I must have dropped them somewhere. I didn't dare go back, so I took a taxi home.
Shall I call Bill now, Jerry?
Yes, Pam. You can call him. What? I see. Yes, I understand.
Jerry,
Goodbye. Of all the stupid.
What's the matter, dear?
The room clerk at the King William Hotel thought I was asking for a Mr. Cobb's room when we were there. And Hobbs isn't even registered.
Oh, well, never mind that now. I just looked at our theater tickets, and guess what?
What?
They're for tomorrow night.
Huh?
Look at the date on them. January 31st.
But this is the 31st.
Oh, no, darling. It's the 30th. So we can see the play tomorrow night.
Well, that explains it.
It explains what, dear?
Why Hobbs isn't registered at the King William. His letter said he'd be in town the evening of the 31st.
Oh, Jerry. You mean you have to see him tomorrow night?
Yes. But don't worry, we can leave home early, stop by the King William. Hey, what are you doing, dear?
I'm calling the theater to reserve another ticket.
Another ticket? Who for?
For Mr. Hobbs, dear. I'm not going to take a chance of missing that play tomorrow night.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's awful.
Don't listen to her, Mr. North. She's just
Jerry,
fine.
her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
If you don't cut that out,
Mr.
Shirley,
North, he's crazy. Don't let him hit me again.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Premature Corpse. It's a beautiful night in New York, clear, fresh, and in the snug apartment of Ferdy Hathaway, warm. A night for music, for friendship, for love. And Shirley Hollis seems to have this last on her mind as she snuggles up to Ferdy on the sofa.
Oh, Ferdy, I was just getting comfortable.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to run along, Shirley. Some people are coming over in a little while.
Will they be here long?
I don't know. It's business. He's Jerry North, the publisher. They're going to discuss a book I've written.
Well, I'll wait till they leave. I want to talk to you, too. Come here.
What do you want?
Put your arms around me.
Now, look, Shirley.
Then I will. There. Hello, Ferdy.
It's getting awfully warm in here.
Yes, isn't it? Yes, Ferdy.
Is this what you want?
Oh, yes, darling. That's just what I want. Now, that didn't hurt, did it?
You little cheat.
Ferdy.
My brother's wife. What do you want with me?
You know I don't love Doug.
I knew it when you married him, but you loved his money. I tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen.
I don't know why you've always hated me.
Because you're a little cheat. You married Doug for his money, and now...
Yes, now what? What do I want with you? You don't have money.
You want something.
I want you, that's all. Can't you see that, Ferdy? It's always been
That's
like
what you
that.
want me to think. But I know you. It's just another one of your schemes. I wouldn't put it past you even to try to get me to get rid of Doug for you. Now that you have his money. Is that what you want, is it?
Oh, poor suspicious Ferdy.
You didn't answer my question.
I know why you don't like me, Ferdy. It's not Doug. There's nothing to do with Doug.
You still
It's
didn't...
that stuffy superiority of yours, that stuffy righteousness. You're a Hathaway and I was just a chorus girl. That's why you didn't want Doug to marry me. That's why you think you're too good for me.
You're a cheat.
Oh,
That's why
is that Hathaway superiority? Well, how about Doug? I suppose he's not a cheat.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your brother, a Hathaway, a crook.
That's a lie.
You know it isn't. Or maybe you don't.
Maybe you've blinded yourself with that phony righteousness of yours until you can't see what's going on right in front of you.
What do you mean? What's going on?
You say I married Doug for his money. Well, how did he make that money, huh? The Hathaway fortune?
Business.
Sure, business. Some business. Black market in the wartime.
You're crazy.
It so happens I can prove it. And that's not all I can prove if I have to. I know enough about Doug to send him to jail. How would you like that? A Hathaway in jail,
Get out of here.
Why don't you stop kidding yourself, Bertie? So your grandfather was Colonel Hathaway. You're just a hack writer. Your brother's a crook.
Stop it.
Come on off that high horse. You're no better than I am, and no worse. We could be friends. Good friends.
Never.
Oh, Bertie. Look at me.
You cheap, lying, dirty
Oh,
little...
I'm not taking any more of that.
Let go.
I tried to be nice, but you don't want it that way. All right.
Hey, those nails are sharp.
And so are my teeth.
You're asking for this. Put down that poker.
I will. On your head.
No, you don't. Let me have it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
I haven't started. Don't try biting again, or I'll make sure you don't have any teeth left to bite with. Now, come on. Drop that poker.
All right. There.
That's better. And now get out of here. I've got to get cleaned up before the Norths get here. What's so funny?
You're always concerned about impressions, aren't you, Ferdy? Well, brother, I promise you, you're gonna make a beaut.
The more I think about it, Jerry, the more I think his sister will have to be killed, too.
What?
But not shot. I think strangling would be better.
What on earth are you talking about, Pam?
About Mr. Hathaway's book, of course. Well, what did you think?
I didn't know. The way you start a subject out of a clear blue sky.
It wasn't a clear blue sky. It was a murky green elevator. And it's in Mr. Hathaway's building, so I should think you'd know what I meant.
I see. Well, let's go tell Mr. Hathaway the sister ought to be strangled. I'm sure he'll love the suggestion. It'll mean rewriting 3 chapters.
But it'll make the story much stronger.
In one woman's opinion.
Well, Golly, what was that?
Sounded like it came from the apartment at the end of the hall.
Jerry, it's Mr. Hathaway's apartment.
Yeah, I wonder what...
Oh, thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's all...
Don't listen to her, Mr. North.
He tried to kiss me. When I wouldn't let him, he hit me.
Jerry, her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
She's just trying to embarrass me, Mr. North.
Why would she try to do that?
It's kind of hard to explain.
You bet it is, you maniac.
Oh, stop it, Shirley.
Did you hit her, Mr. Hathaway? Her face looks bruised.
Well, yes, I guess I did, but...
Why?
Well, because she bit me. Stop it, Shirley.
Jerry, she's hysterical.
It's just an act. If you don't cut that out, Shirley, I'm going to have to hit you again.
Mr. North, don't let him hit me.
He won't. Now, come on, let's go in and see what this is all about.
No. I want to go home. I want to see Doug. I want my Doug. Doug, it was awful. When I wouldn't let him make love to me, he got like crazy. He said all kinds of awful things about you and me.
All right, Shirley, forget it. It's over.
I can't, Doug. I'm afraid. He said he'd see you in jail.
What?
That's right. He said you were a crook and he can prove it.
Bertie said that?
Yes, he started talking about your tie-up with gambling.
How does he know about that?
I don't know, but he said he's going to make sure you get what's coming to you unless I... Oh, Doug, I can't. Not even to save you, I can't.
All right, sweetheart, you won't have to. I can handle Ferdy.
Oh, he'll deny it. He'll make up some story.
Don't worry.
If you don't believe me, you can ask the Norths. They saw...
I believe you, Shirley.
I hate to have to tell you this about your own brother, dear.
Yeah, my brother, my dear sanctimonious brother. It'd be just like him to keep his threat and run to the police now that he knows about me. I've got to figure some way to shut him up.
But how?
I'll think of something. And one thing's for sure. He's going to keep away from you, or I promise you, Shirley, I'll kill him.
What's the matter, Ferdy? Don't you like this restaurant?
Sure, Laura.
You're not eating.
I'm not hungry. Laura, I've got to tell you something. I don't know how to begin. Laura.
Yes, Ferdy?
I love you, Laura. You know that.
For someone who says he doesn't know how to begin, I'd say you're doing fine.
I only hope you believe what I'm going to tell you. My sister-in-law, Doug's wife, Shirley, came over to my place last night.
Yes?
She made a play for me.
What?
She tried to get me to make love to her. When I wasn't interested, she blew her top.
Ah, the woman scorned.
Well, it's more than that. She doesn't want me. She wants to use me.
Use you? What for?
I'm not sure, but... Well, you know she only married Doug for his money.
Yes.
I think she wants to get rid of Doug. I think she wants me to help her.
Get rid of him? Well, how?
How? Kill him.
Oh, no, Ferdy.
You don't know Shirley like I do. Yeah, Laura, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she wants.
Well, why are you telling me this?
Because I think Shirley's going to try to go through with it, with or without my help. So I've got to warn Doug.
Well, I still don't see...
He's not going to want to believe me, especially because she's probably filled him full of lies. But I may be able to convince him. I've got to. Maybe if I tell him some of the things she said about
What
him.
things?
Oh, it's beside the point. The point is, she's going to be afraid I may convince him. So she's going to try to shut me up.
How?
I told you about last night.
Yes?
Well, she's already turned that around to make it look like I attacked her.
Oh.
Yeah. And that she's poured it on heavy to Doug. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get to you first. I wanted you to hear the story from me the way it really happened.
I see.
Because you've got to believe me, Laura. I can't let her break us up. And she's going to try. I know she is. If she can't shut me up one way, she'll try another. There's nothing she won't stop at to get what she wants. But it's not going to work. At least, I hope it's not.
Hello.
Hello, Jerry. This is Bill Wagon.
Oh, yes, Bill. How are you?
Okay. Say, Jerry, what can you tell me about Ferdy Hathaway?
Hathaway? I'm considering publishing a book he wrote. Why, does he want to go to your office and do research on how the homicide squad works?
No, it's the other way around.
What do you mean?
Well, we gotta see him, and it's not research. This is the real thing.
You mean he killed somebody?
Oh, that's the other way around, too. Somebody killed him.
Well, Jerry, I'm all ready. Let's go.
Pam, it hasn't been 2 minutes since I hung up the phone. And you asked me to tell Bill we couldn't possibly to get over to see him for at least an hour.
Oh, we're not going to see Bill.
We're not?
No.
But, darling, he wants to talk to us. I told him about the incident last night, and he wants all the details.
Oh, we'll tell him. Later.
All right, dear. But if we're not going to see Bill right now, where are we going?
To see Laura, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. Laura. That's a good idea.
I thought you'd agree, darling.
There's just one thing, though.
Oh, what's that, dear?
Who in blazes is Laura?
Oh, you know, Jerry.
I do?
Laura Arnold. Freddie Hathaway's girlfriend. Oh, don't you remember? He mentioned her last night. He was afraid that she might hear about Shirley's accusation and might believe it.
Oh, that's right.
And if she did believe it, it might make her angry.
And you think it might have made her angry enough to commit murder?
Well, you never know. At least it's worth checking up on. As long as Bill wants us to give him information, maybe we can take him more than he counted on.
Yes?
Are you Laura Arnold?
Yes.
Well, I'm Pamela North, and this is my husband, Jerry North.
Oh, the publisher. I've heard Ferdy mention you. What do you want with me?
We'd like to talk to you, if we may.
Well, I'm pretty busy right now.
We'll only take a few minutes.
Well, all right, come in. What's it about?
Ferdy.
What about him?
I'm afraid you're in for a bad shock, Miss Arnold.
He's been murdered. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Why do you ask that?
He said Shirley wouldn't stop at anything, so... Well, naturally, I've been afraid...
When did he tell you that?
Today at lunch.
And that's the last you saw of him?
Yes. I came home right afterward, about 1. I've been here ever since.
Well, that's funny. When we asked if you were in just before we came up, the desk clerk said you got in only about 20 minutes ago.
Well, I did... Oh, Mr. North, I'm frightened. I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe we can help you, if you tell us the truth.
Yes, the truth. I did have lunch with Ferdy. He told me about Shirley. Then we went back to his place and talked a while. And I left. But about an hour later, I realized I'd left my gloves up there, so I went back.
Mm-hmm.
And there he was, on the floor, dead. I'll never forget how he looked. I don't want to think about it.
You'd better sit down, Miss Arnold. There are a couple of things I'd still like to ask you. Because if we're going to help you, we'll have to know what we're doing. She says she was afraid you'd suspect her, Bill. That's why she wouldn't give a name when she phoned that she discovered the murder, and why she ran out before you got there.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll get around to her later, after I've had a talk with Hathaway's brother and the brother's wife.
Find out if they own a yellow convertible, Bill.
Yes, that's right. Miss Arnold says that a yellow convertible pulled away from in front of Ferdy's place just as she arrived the second time.
Did she know the make?
No, she said she never saw one like it. It was very long and low.
And it had a funny shaped back, kind of like, the way she described it, it must look something like, well, like the back of that car parked right in front of us.
Hey, Pam, that is the car. Fits a description to a T.
And it's parked right in front of Douglas Hathaway's apartment. Let's go in and see what he has to say about it.
I know you have your job to do, Lieutenant, but is it necessary to question me now? After all, it's quite a shock hearing my brother's been murdered.
Well, suppose we question your wife. And from what I hear about last night, I don't imagine his death should make her too unhappy.
I didn't kill him, if that's what you're implying.
I'm not implying anything. I just want to ask you some questions.
I suppose you want to know where I was. Well, I was right here. I've been home all day long.
Was your husband with you?
No, he was at the office, Mrs. North.
Oh, then nobody was with you here. Nobody saw you.
The servants did. Part of the time, anyway.
And part of the time not.
Oh, Doug, are you going to let them suggest...
No. Look, Lieutenant, I can't take this now. I don't feel up to questions, and I certainly don't intend to sit by while you badger Shirley.
Well, let's clear up the matter of the car, at least.
What about the car?
Did you drive it to work this morning?
Couldn't. It's brand new. It wasn't delivered until noon.
Then you didn't have it with you at the office.
I just told you...
All right. You didn't have it. And you, Mrs. Hathaway, you didn't go out at all?
How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, then who did have the car?
Nobody. The salesman delivered it, left it out front, and it's been there all afternoon.
Well, if you want to get by with a story like that, you should get a car that's not quite so distinctive.
What do you mean?
Tell her, Jerry.
Well, Mrs. Hathaway, it so happens your car was seen driving away from your brother-in-law's right after the murder. And with a custom job like that, there can be no mistake.
Well, that is, I don't...
All right, Lieutenant. I had the car.
Oh, you did, Hathaway?
Yes, I came home from the office early and picked it up, went to see Ferdy, but I didn't kill him.
Why'd you go there?
I wanted to talk to him, but there was a man with him. What I had to say was private, family matter. Didn't care to discuss it in front of a stranger, so I left.
Well, who was the stranger?
Ferdy didn't introduce us. I was only there a minute.
What did he look like?
Tall, blonde, well-dressed.
You'd know him if you saw him again?
Yes, but now that's enough questions.
Not quite. I
said that's enough.
Now, look, Mr. Hathaway, I'm just trying to find out what... Say, where are you going?
To call my lawyer and see if I have to put up with this. Don't answer anything until I come back, Shirley.
When you know Doug better, Lieutenant, you'll know better than to try to cross him.
What was that?
Well, there must be someone in there with Doug. They're fighting.
Oh, shot. Come on, Bill. Yeah. There's Hathaway on the floor.
He got away. Window to the terrace.
I'll go see what I can find, Jerry. And you stay with Hathaway and see if he's all right.
Right.
Doug. Oh, Doug, what happened?
He was hiding in here. A fellow I saw at Ferdy's tried to slug me with a blackjack, but I heard him and turned. Just grazed the side of my head.
Yes, you've got a gash there.
I put up a fight. He broke away, ran for the window. I fired at him. Guess I missed. Blow had me kind of woozy.
You're sure it's the same man you saw at Ferdy's?
Positive.
Well, I took a quick look outside. No sign of anyone now. Well, he could have crossed the terrace to another apartment or gone down the fire escape and ducked in below.
But then he's still in the building.
He'll be out of it before we can do anything about it, Pam.
And what do we do?
Well, first of all, Hathaway, you stop being coy and give us a detailed description of this character. Or do you still want to call your lawyer?
No, Lieutenant, you win. I'll tell you whatever I can.
There's your coffee, Jerry. Jerry. Jerry North!
What, Pam?
Your coffee. I know you don't like it cold.
Oh, thanks.
Where were you?
What?
Just now, in your thoughts. You were miles away.
I was thinking about the Hathaway case. It's been 3 days now, and no sign of the mysterious stranger.
Well, maybe they'll never find him. He had time to get far away.
But I don't think he did. That's what I've been thinking about.
You think you know where he is?
Maybe. Anyway, I'll bet there's one place they haven't tried yet.
Where's that?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Mm-hmm. And somehow I have an idea it might yield results.
That was a pretty good idea of yours, Jerry.
I don't know, Bill. Wait till we see if Hathaway identifies the body.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but this seemed like the logical bet.
Well, here's where we find out. Here's Hathaway.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Am I late?
Oh, right on the nose, Hathaway. Well, should we go in and get it over with?
Yes, let's.
All right. Right through here.
You really think it's the right man, eh, Lieutenant?
Well, that's for you to say, Hathaway. He seems to fit the description you gave us. Oh, here he is. Well, Hathaway?
That's the man.
Are you sure?
Yes, Lieutenant, I'm sure.
Well, Jerry, seems you were right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Hathaway, this is very interesting. Now, you say you saw this man at your brother's the day your brother was killed.
That's right.
Your brother was killed on Tuesday. But it so happens this fella died on Monday.
You see, Pam, I thought that if Hathaway was lying, he'd jump at the chance to strengthen his story. So I suggested that Bill show him a corpse that approximated the description he gave us.
Yes, after all, the corpse couldn't talk back.
Right. And now that we've eliminated the mysterious stranger, we can concentrate on the real suspects, and Bill thinks he can wrap it up. That's why he asked us down here today.
Come in. Oh, Pam and Jerry.
Well, how's it going, Bill?
We've just started.
I don't see why you had to bring them in, Lieutenant.
Because, Mrs. Hathaway, they were present when you had your unpleasantness with your brother-in-law.
All right, we had an unpleasant scene, but it wouldn't make me kill him.
That depends on the reason for the scene, Mrs. Hathaway.
I told you the reason. He tried to make love to me. And...
I can suggest another.
Yes, Jerry?
Suppose Mrs. Hathaway wanted to get rid of her husband.
What do you mean?
He has a lot of money, Mrs. Hathaway. Maybe that's what you married him for. Then you tried to get Ferdy to help you kill him, and when he refused...
You're lying. You're lying. Don't talk to me like
hey,
that.
That's enough, Mrs. Hathaway. Now stop it. Stop it, Mrs. Hathaway.
I'll tear his eyes out.
I believe you would.
Oh, Doug, help me. You know he was lying.
Of course he was, so calm down, will you?
You don't believe him, Doug.
I told you I don't, but this is no way to answer him.
Yeah. Yes, you're right, but he made me so mad.
I see I did. You have a low boiling point, Mrs. Hathaway.
You couldn't expect her to like what you were saying, North.
I didn't.
You just said it to upset her.
I just said it because I wanted to see if it were true.
What on earth gives you the idea that it might be?
Things that Laura Arnold told us.
So that's it. Laura. Wouldn't you know?
Why do you say that?
Can't you see she's behind this whole thing? It all ties up now. I'll bet she's the one who claimed to have seen my car at Ferdy's, too, isn't she?
What if she is?
Lieutenant, you said I've been trying to shield Shirley. I have.
Mm-hmm.
When you said my car was seen at Ferdy's, I could see Shirley was upset. She didn't know what to say, so I stepped in and said I'd been to Ferdy's.
And you hadn't?
No, but I thought Shirley might have. But now that I know she wasn't, at least not at the time of the murder...
How do you know that?
Because now I know when the murder happened. It's been in the paper.
Well?
Well, I did have the car at that time, but I was nowhere near Ferdy's. So if Laura says she saw me there, she's lying.
It seems to come down to your word against hers. Well, I've sent for her, too, so let's see what happens when she gets here.
Oh, I don't think we'll have to wait for that, Bill. I know which one to believe.
You do, Pam?
Yes, Laura. Mr. Hathaway's still lying. So it looks like he's the murderer.
Don't be ridiculous. Laura says she saw my car at Ferdy's. That means she had to be there herself.
That's just it, Mr.
So
Hathaway.
naturally, she's going to lie, try to play somebody else there,
but
too.
But she couldn't have been lying.
Why not?
You told us your car was brand new. It had been delivered just a short time before the murder.
That's right.
Well, then how could Laura have described it, unless she really did see it at Ferdy's? Jerry, get him!
I've got him! All right, Hathaway, sit down. Looks like you've told one lie too many. Oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it, dear?
Yes. Poor Shirley.
What? How do we come to Shirley?
out of a clear blue sky. The sky's clear, and you just mentioned the weather, so you see, there is a logical connection.
You win, dear. But why do you say poor Shirley?
Well, it's quite obvious that she just married Doug Hathaway for his money.
Mhm.
And now that he's caught for murder, they've broken him down about how he made his money.
His whole crooked house will come tumbling down.
That's right, Jerry, and all his money is tied up.
And so poor Shirley gets none.
Now, you see what I mean, dear? Poor Shirley.
But somehow it doesn't break my heart. She knew Doug was a crook. Ferdy knew it, too. That's why Doug killed him, to shut him up. He claims Ferdy was always a tattletale as a kid. Hey, Pam, why are you stopping?
Oh, I just want to look in this window. Look at that car, Jerry. Isn't it beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like the Hathaway's car. Oh, it must be wonderful to be able to afford a car like that.
Yeah, even if you could, where would you ever find a parking space for it in Manhattan?
Well, if you didn't live in Manhattan.
But we do live in Manhattan. And we can't afford the car anyway.
I know, Jerry. I'm just thinking. Don't you ever like to think of what it would be like to have a car like that?
I don't let myself.
How do you prevent yourself?
Oh, easy. I just walk over to the curb, like so.
Yes. And then?
Then I just shout, like so. Hey, taxi!
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.